Grew up in a home that the only thing I knew was sport.
Okay, everyone, we are ready for our next session. So if everyone can just get seated, please. And our first speaker is also already. So welcome to Giselda. This next 4 talks will look at these patchiness between forest and more open landscapes. So thanks, Giselda.
Hi everyone. Before starting, to make it clear that I'm not here to discuss terminology, and my question and my interest in this case was to solve a practical problem that is management decisions. And we are working in landscapes like these ones. We have different kinds of transitions between grasslands and savanna or forest vegetation around. We have this in wetlands, we have this in mountains where we have rocks, rock outcrops. We have this in temperate forests, in tropical forests, and in savannas. And we assume that if there is grassland and forest vegetation together, that means something is constraining tree colonization on the open ecosystems. And that can be substrate-related factors, soil factors, or disturbance factors. We don't have elephants there to keep open ecosystems, but we have fire. And from the conservation point of view, we need to know where it's worthy management in terms of fire, for instance, to keep the mosaic, because we know the mosaic is important to keep biodiversity. And then we are trying to find if these transitions are stable over time or if they are moving. And that's what we want to know. What we did was using aerial photographs from 1962. Luckily, we have these images for the whole São Paulo state there. And then we used satellite images, recent satellite images to compare and to quantify changes over time. So we have 63 years difference between the two images that we used for a while for 24 polygons, and we are still collecting data. These stars represent these 24 polygons. We are in São Paulo state that has cerrado vegetation, the Brazilian savanna, and we have two types of tropical forest. The seasonal, that is under the same climate as cerrado is, with dry season in the winter, and we have the mountains along the coast with evergreen tropical forests, rainforests. But within each type of vegetation, we have patches of grasslands, and so we have these transitions. We are mapping the transitions, mapping the vegetation types in these polygons and quantifying the changes. And we also started trying to find the explanations in terms of fire frequency, in terms of soil properties, to find the constraint to tree colonization over grasslands. Then I have lots of examples. And in this case, 2 fires only in 41 years. And then we had forests only here. That is the cerradão, like a ticket or something, miombo, similar to that. We had savannas and grasslands here. As you can see, the forest is occupying almost the entire polygon. The same here, where we had a complex mosaic of vegetation types from more open to the forest type. And now we have only forest. the savannas and the grasslands are gone. The soil is the same in this case in the previous one. The similar situation also in the Cerrado region, in the savanna, where we have wetlands, wet grasslands, wet forests, swampy forests in 1962, and dry grasslands. Without fire, because no fire was recorded in this area since 1985, forests are expanding, the swampy forests replacing the wet grasslands, and the grasslands turning into savannas or under wood encroachment. A similar landscape, there we had only small, tiny patches of swampy forest that now covers all wet grasslands. And the dry grasslands are turning into savannas and lost 24% of the initial area. Now we go to the mountains along the coast, where we have around the evergreen forest. There we can say that these transitions are stable, because 4% can be just a mistake in interpreting the images. And in 63 years, losing only 4%, that means a strong constraint exists for trees to colonize. And there, the soils are really shallow, and no fire was helping us to keep the grasslands. The same situation here, but no change at all. Despite 4 fires happening in the period, grasslands didn't grow. And here is the exception. The only case I've brought where grasslands are replacing forests. What happened there if we had no fire? What happened is there is a huge river like here, and they built a huge dam, so the water table was elevated a little more, because this is, I would say, a grassy wetland, and now it is bigger than it was before, 36% increase in the area. Summarizing what we found, I can say we have what I call alternative, because in these situations where we have deep and well-drained soils for both dry grassland and forests, and here where we have seasonally waterlogged soils for both the forest and the grassland, I have seen the transition moving over time. Sometimes quickly, sometimes more slowly, but it changes over time, even if we have fire. But for you that are used to have very frequent fires, what we have seen there is a very low frequency of fire, because São Paulo State had a fire suppression policy since the year 2000. And they were effective, unfortunately. And then when you see these red lines, we have 2 different soil types, and then we have 2 different vegetation types, and we can say these transitions are stable over time. So management is not effective in these cases, apparently. We can say that forests and grasslands are not alternative if there are environmental constraints, unless, like that case when the water table was elevated, so the substrate changed. But management can be effective only where we can have both in the same climate, in the same soil condition. And that's what I have to present for you. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much. We have a bit of time for questions. Any questions for Giselda? Then I have one. So do you find that if you have seasonally waterlogged soils, you can still have the forest, but if your soils then become waterlogged most of the time, you lose the woody species?
In the different conditions in terms of waterlogged soils.
Yeah, so when does waterlogging becomes a constraint to trees?
Yeah, when it's a stable high level of the water table, because it's fixed. It's not like in the other transitions where waterlogging is not a real constraint, and you can see. First, you have swamp forests adapted to waterlogged conditions, they expand. Besides that, in the Cerrado region, there is a pulse over the year. The water table goes down and comes up again. So we have a different condition in the Cerrado compared to that situation where the water table is fixed in a high that is higher than before. You know, that's killed trees.
Thanks so much, Giselda. That's very interesting. I think we don't really have swamp forest. So the moment we have water in the system, trees tend to disappear. Yeah. Thanks so much. So our next speaker is also going to look at forest savanna transitions and Matthews. Is that correct? Thank you.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Batur Sechi. I'm a PhD student based at the University of Edinburgh. And today I'll be talking about some of my PhD research, looking at mapping the extent and spatial patterns in forest savanna transitions, but actually going to a very large scale and mapping it across the tropics. So before we get into the details of the methodology that we have developed, the first question to ask is, why do we care about the forest savanna transitions as a separate kind of unit? Well, presumably, we think that they cover a very large area in the tropics and they're very widespread. But actually, compared to discrete biome maps, there haven't been really any effort to map these transitions as separate units, which means that we don't actually know what the extent of these zones is. And it makes it hard to study them further, to compare them between continents and between regions. At the same time, they are very structurally complex and also spatially arranged in a different way, which we could have seen in the previous presentations. We have many different types of transitions, even within small area, but then when we scale to really large biome level transitions, these can look quite differently. And this could be related to different dynamics of the transitions, and we kind of want to understand how this differs so that we can study them further. Lastly, they could represent areas of high conservation values, but at the moment, the management of these areas is often towards one state rather than keeping the mosaic intact. And this can be really difficult to handle. So actually knowing where these mosaics are located is important so that we can introduce conservation management, which will work for both forests and savannas. So what do we do? First of all, we ask the question, what is the extent of the forest savanna transition zones globally at the moment? Then we ask, can we characterize the different spatial arrangement and structure of forest savanna transitions? And finally, we evaluate whether these zones are protected well and what's the deforestation or degradation that has taken place in these zones over time. And since it's really difficult to map them because they're very heterogeneous, we have developed a kind of new approach to do this using this transect-based sampling and using ecoregion boundaries, which you can see. So this line here represents the ecoregion boundary from the resolved ecoregions product. On one side, we have the forest biome. On the other, we have the savanna biome. And what we do is generate transect across these and then sample a variable of choice that I will show next to define these boundaries, not just a single line, but as a kind of a transition zone going across the transect. And the variable of choice that we use is in this case tree cover. And while it doesn't represent all the heterogeneity, of course, at the scale that we are looking at, we think is a good proxy for understanding changes from forest to savannas. We use the Hansen product for year 2000. and we actually course into 25 kilometer and calculate what we call the spatial tree cover gradient. As you can see, we can already pick out some details about where the transition zones are, but there's also a lot of other zones that we wouldn't want to include because they are related to elevation changes and so on. So what we do is generate transects just for the 4 savanna combinations, and this results in about 2,500 transects. But after doing a lot of filtering for quality and ensuring that what we see is actually looking at 4 savannas in the right direction, we end up with about 800 transects across the world. We can then represent the transects as profiles going from savannas on the left towards the forest on the right, so positive numbers are forests. And we have separate profiles for tree cover gradient and then for tree cover as such. And we can define different properties of forest savanna transitions in this way. From the tree cover gradient one, for example, transition steepness and transition width. And on tree cover, we have the starting or savanna tree cover, then the change in tree cover, and the forest tree cover at the end. And when we look at mapping the width of the transitions, we come up with this map which shows spatially explicit mapping of forest savanna transitions on a biome scale across the tropics. So the first thing that we can notice is that there are many different transitions, the way we define them, and they're quite widespread across the continents. The largest area is covered by the transitions around the Congo Basin, but there's also substantial transitions in the neotropics, such as the Cerrado-Amazon transition. Interestingly enough, we find out that the neotropical transitions are split across many different individual zones, while the transition zones in Africa are concentrated around the Congo Basin. Then we also have the smaller transitions, which are located across the Indo-Malaysia and Australia, but these don't cover as much of an area as the ones in Africa and neotropics. Then, looking at the second question, we developed a typology of forest savanna transitions using the properties sampled from the profiles that I've shown earlier. So in total, it's 12 properties, but to make it easier to follow, I've decided to include just a few, which are kind of core to defining these zones. And on the individual transect basis, we find that we can define 3 different types of forest savanna transitions. So starting from the first one, these are transitions from savanna to open forests with relatively low tree cover, which we can see here in the spread out density plot for the blue one. The red one, which is the abrupt savanna to close forest, which has a very steep gradient in change in tree cover, is relatively narrow, but has very low savanna and very high tree cover in forest zone. And then finally, mosaic or woody savanna to close forest transitions, which have an intermediate savanna cover and then go into a very high tree cover later on. They are also very widespread, so the extent of them is very large. To make this easier to follow, we can also display them in this way. So now we are looking at the plots where we have the starting tree cover in savanna and the final tree cover in forest, and then the gradient or the difference displayed as 2 connecting lines. So the dashed lines here are the individual transects, and the the average mean value is in the solid ones. So again, we can see that in the savanna to open forest, the gradient is pretty low, and it starts at the low savanna cover and finishes at the high cover. And then in the above ones, the gradient is very steep, and in the mosaic, it starts at the low cover, at the medium cover, and finishes at the high cover. So where are these spatially distributed? Essentially, what we find is that the mosaic to high forest cover zone, so the type 3, is located mostly around the Congo Basin, with some interspersed in the Cerrado-Amazon transition. The second type, so the abrupt savanna, is mostly located around the different savanna pockets in the Amazon, and then also in parts of the Congo Basin. And then the last part is kind of interspersed across all the different regions, and is also quite heterogeneous, possibly, as we have seen from the previous plot. So for the final question, we asked what's the protection status. For that, we use the World Database on Protected Areas data, and we find essentially that the coverage of protected areas is very low in forest savanna transition zones, both compared to the regional coverage. So we can see that in neotropics and in Africa, the coverage in the forest savanna transition low is less than 1/3 and is less than 7% of the transition area, but also in other regions. It also lacks generally compared to the global coverage of protected areas, And we can also say that it's nowhere near the coverage that we would need to protect enough of the areas of conservation values according to the 30 by 30 goals. And finally, the degradation. For that, we use, again, the Hansen tree cover, so we mostly capture the stand replacing full forest degradation, which we know that we are omitting a lot of degradation that probably happens in the savannas, but it's harder to quantify. We would love to do that, but it's just hard. And what we find that across the transition zones, around 0.75 million kilometers square has been deforested in the 24 years, which corresponds to about 3 times the size of the UK, so a really large area. A lot of this area is located within the Cerrado-Amazon transition zone, and it actually creates approximately 30% of the contribution across the deforestation in the Amazon. So these zones are quite degraded already in the last 24 years. So in conclusions, we have developed the first data-driven mapping of the forest savanna transition zones on a global scale, which we hope can be used to compare these zones to the core zones, but also compare them across the different regions in many different aspects, including the spatial and temporal dynamics of the vegetation at a finer scale. And we have also shown there are potentially different types which could be driven, the dynamics could be driven in different ways, which could tell us more about the alternative stable states ideas and how they might change in the future. And finally, we have shown that the loss is widespread across these transitions and the protection status is low. And if we want to protect them, we need to define better interventions to do so. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Matthias. We have time for questions. Are you guys hungry? Then I'm going to have to ask one. I might have missed this. What wasn't clear to me, are these areas that could be in either of the states, but you find that they mostly go from more forested to less? I'm just wondering, like, what is so you were saying, like, they should be protected because we are losing so much forest, but then when you look at, some of the other talks, there's like Giselda, you like, actually in a lot of places, the change is going the other way.
Sure. Yeah, so probably it was a bit unclear about what I meant by that. So we use the deforestation rates as a proxy for change in the regions. But it's not to say that the savannas should not be protected. In fact, what we're trying to do is map the areas where a more sophisticated way to define the conservation strategies should be employed. I think in recent papers there's been quite a lot of push towards towards protecting or preferentially tree planting and so on, which we don't think really is a right way to go. And areas like these should have a bit more sophisticated approach to conserve both of the states.
And then just following up from that, so do you think that they are especially worthwhile to protect because maybe they just have high species diversity because you have a mosaic of both states?
Yeah, so I think it really depends on the transition. So some transitions will look more as gradual transitions from one to another and will spread over large areas. Some will be mosaics where both of the ecosystem types could be valuable in the same way. I think the good example of that we have seen and heard, for example, from Evan yesterday about the mosaics in the Congo Basin, where we can see that they are valuable, both the forests and the savanna patches.
Okay, great. Can we have a round of applause? Thanks. Now we're going to listen to Max, and I think if I read your title correctly, we'll look a little bit into mechanisms of forest spread.
Hello there, my name is Max van der Ree and I'm a PhD candidate at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And in this talk I'll be discussing a study we published last year, which is about how the dispersal mode of the forest along savanna forest boundaries or transitions interacts with the shape of this boundary to drive resilience. And this is important because it has implications for how the savanna forest boundary might shift in the future as a result of global change. So let's start by looking at why we began looking at dispersal modes in the first place. So in savanna forest boundaries, you might have different kinds of dispersal modes. I've listed two examples here. So one of them is dispersal by birds, the other dispersal by wind. And these dispersal modes have different dispersal patterns associated with them. And those dispersal patterns can modify the shape of the boundary by having different recruitment rates at different locations. So there's an influence on the shape of the boundary, but there's also an interaction. So that's why there's an arrow going back to dispersal patterns, because the shape of the boundary also changes, for example, bird behavior and therefore dispersal patterns, right? So there's an interaction between those two. But the shape modifies also the fuel connectivity and the savanna component of the system, and that can change fire frequency and therefore modify the mortality rate of the forest. And together with recruitment rate, which is also indirectly influenced by dispersal mode, resilience comes out as the result. So our research aim was to basically understand these indirect effects of dispersal mode and spatial patterning on resilience. And we specifically looked at forest resilience, but forest expansion comes at the cost of savanna, so those two are definitely linked to each other. But our definition of resilience is, looks at forest. So we define it as the maximum loss of tree cover from which the forest component can still recover without losing out against savanna expansion. And our study area is not any specific region or even continent. We want to understand the general dynamics of savanna forest boundaries. So it's a global study. And this conceptual diagram that I showed is implemented in a new individual-based model of savanna forest dynamics, which we call SDSF. And we can do different experiments with that model to understand the influence of dispersal modes and spatial patterning. And to understand spatial patterning influence, we can initialize the model with different patterns of tree cover. So that's what these images here show. The yellow parts are savanna and the green and blue are forest patches. We generate these using a random noise function, and we can control the tree cover and the coarseness of the pattern. So the coarseness would be the average size of forest patches and also savanna patches. And tree cover is just the fraction of the spatial domain that's covered by trees. We can change those across different simulations and see how the behavior of the system changes. Just to have an intuitive understanding of how dispersal is simulated, we have two different submodels, which, one of the submodels simulates bird dispersal, that's this one. So we have a nice bird that flies around the spatial domain. It tries to find seeds, tries to find fruits, it eats them, it has the seeds in its sort of virtual stomach, you could say, and it defecates them at some other location while it's foraging somewhere else. And that's how you can get these kinds of dispersal patterns. This is actually 1 year after dispersal. So what you're seeing is the saplings growing out of those seeds. And you can see that the forest patch is associated with less saplings growing. That's just because there's more competition there with existing more mature trees. Dispersal by wind is simulated in a different way. We randomly disperse seeds from every tree, every mature tree, and the distance from the tree is sampled from a dispersal kernel, which assigns high probabilities to short distances and low probabilities to larger distances. And it yields this kind of a pattern. And if you put the two side by sides, there's some qualitative difference. So obviously the bird dispersed pattern is much more heterogeneous. And if you look more closely, you can also see that, if I point out here, the areas between forest patches that are closer together and also in indentations in the forest patch receive more seeds, and that's because the birds are kind of lazy in a sense. They try to minimize their flight distance, Also, we assume that they are forest specialists, so they only want to go to forest. And yeah, so they, because they minimize their flight distance, you see that more of the birds visit areas of the forest that are closer together, and areas that are, that you have larger savanna patches, where birds have to fly longer distances, get fewer seeds. Okay, this is a time series showing how the spatial, how the system evolves over time. And in this case, we can see that the spatial domain is almost completely taken over by forest. So we have woody encroachment. But if we would increase the fire frequencies, then you'd see the opposite effect, where the forest slowly erodes and savanna takes over the entire spatial domain. So we always see convergence to some kind of extreme state, a homogeneous state, either completely savanna or completely forest. But I should say that this might be because we assume that environmental conditions across the entire spatial domain are constant. They are the same everywhere. We've also done experiments outside of this study where we did vary those environmental conditions, and that actually stabilized the patterns. So that might lend some support to the idea that you need some kind of environmental template to stabilize these patterns. And that's more of a side note. Let's go back to the main point, which is that we found that wind dispersal induces higher recruitment rates than bird dispersal, and also then results in higher resilience. Bird behavioral parameters have quite a big influence on the bird dispersal recruitment rates. So, for example, if we change the flight speed of birds, so here there are kind of fast birds, and this purple data series is for slower birds, then we see that the recruitment rates become higher. That's just because if birds fly more slowly, then they spend more time above savanna patches, where they defecate more seeds, and the seeds that land there have less competition with mature trees. So that's why you get higher recruitment rates there. We also see that the recruitment rate of bird dispersed forest is more sensitive to the spatial patterns with which we initialize the model. And that's because we see, especially here, very large variance compared to the wind dispersed system in the recruitment rates. And this variance disappears when we keep the shape of the savanna forest boundary constant between simulations. Okay, so this we almost reached the end of my talk. The paper is available online, as well as the model code. And I'm currently looking at ways to sort of integrate my theoretical modeling work with empirical work. Trying to look more about this at this environmental templating idea as well. And if you would like to use the model, then I'm very open to potential collaborations. Maybe we can see how the model can be modified to your needs. Hit me up, chat with me later on, and then we can discuss details. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, I'm so relieved. I thought surely there's going to be a lot of questions. So we'll have Sally, and then Lawrence, and then Corley.
Thanks for a really interesting model. It was really well described. I'm just, I suppose, questioning, you said that at the end of 1 year there are more seedlings in the savanna than in the forest because of competition. But do you include grass competition? Because savanna seedlings are totally whacked by grass competition. Like within 1 year you lose 98% of the seedlings if you plant a seedling in a grassland. So that doesn't really make sense with how I understand competition to work for woody seedlings.
Thank you for your question. That's, I think, a good point. We had to make a bunch of simplifying assumptions in this model. So one of them is indeed that we don't have explicit competition with species other than the forest trees themselves. So we only consider, forest competition. So that might be an interesting mechanism to add to the model.
It's going into an environment that has existing species there. So Yeah, I'd be really interested to see what your model does when it's actually competing with other organisms in all environments.
Thanks. Are you, Lawrence?
I hope I didn't miss this in your talk, but I'm just curious about the difference between bird dispersal and wind dispersal. Wind dispersal is more broadcast, but is prone to sort of greater barriers in the landscape. So great work done in the fynbos, in the post-fire environment. Seeds will tumble along the ground, but as soon as it hits a barrier, then it'll stop. So there's some interesting elements to model. But with birds, it's a lot more directed, even though they like amused by your suggestion they're quite lazy because it does fit the idea. But they would be very sort of focused in their dispersal. Have you accounted for that kind of thinking or those kinds of processes in your modeling?
So if I understand correctly, you mean that some birds may disperse seeds in a different kind of a pattern, in a more concentrated, for example?
Yeah, so birds would typically, they'll fly across the landscape from tall tree to tall tree and then defecate, and then you end up with a nucleation beneath the tree. So that's, one key element. And then the other was, even though we could argue that wind dispersal is more broadcast, there are lots of barriers in the landscape to that dispersal, which should result in yet another sort of clumping pattern.
Yes, I think this is also important. I think it comes back also to to our finding that the behavioral parameters of the birds can have a large influence on recruitment rates. So I think what that shows is that you should look at, like, if you would like to apply this model, for example, to a specific region, then you would have to look at the community composition of the birds and their traits to get a more realistic dispersal pattern. And the same goes for the wind dispersal component. If you have, for example, prevailing winds, you might see very different patterns than the one I showed you, which was very homogeneous, right? So this model up to now was aimed at general dynamics, but there are of course specifics that vary from region to region, and that those will need to be accounted for if you want to understand the system better. Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much. We're out of time, but I just want to comment that it just feels too homogeneous, the way that those seedlings recruit. And I think the moment you take bird behavior into account, but also you have a few trees out in Savanna, and those are going to become nuclei because often you don't see Savanna just recruiting all over. You kind of have these, if I can call it clonal or nucleus type of recruitment. So it's maybe just something to think of, but let's give a round of applause. Thanks so much. Okay, now we have Nandri Anina. I hope I said that correctly. And it's a question we all wonder about all the time. The origin of the grasslands in Madagascar.
Hello, everybody. I'm Nandrian from Madagascar, from the University of Antananarivo, and I'm very happy to present you some of our team results about the tracing the origin of grasslands using 13 carbon stable isotope profiles in southern central highlands of Madagascar. So Madagascar is covered by 65% of open ecosystem grassy area. And yesterday, during the Professor William Bond tribute, we have talked about the origin of this open ecosystem. Some authors say that Madagascar, the open grassy ecosystem from Madagascar came from the forest-derived grassland. And some authors like Professor Bond show that there was also some old growth grassland in the landscape. And for having more information about all of this assumption, we have studied the soil carbon profiles of some plots in Madagascar, because soil carbon profiles, when we have delta 13 carbon values, we can say if the carbon came from C3 vegetations or C4 vegetations. So The aim of our study was to reconstruct the vegetation history of grassland in the southern Central Highlands by using soil carbon isotope data and the values. We have done the study in Madagascar, in the southern of Madagascar, in a park area which is called Ivuiburu. So for studying the soil in Ivuiburu, we have tried to have some plot distribution based on many soil organic carbon drivers, spatial drivers like elevation, soil types, land cover, and fire frequency. And by using all of this data, we have setting up and studies for this work, 6 plots of forest, 5 plots of shrubland, and 35 plots of grassland. So for having the delta 13 carbon values, we have done soil sampling campaign. We have sampled the soil within 5 depths, from the top 0 to 10 centimeter till 80 to 90 centimeter. Once the soil was be sampled, we have done the analysis by using isotope mass ratio spectrometer coupled with elemental analyzer. And based on this analysis, we have 3 values. The first was the carbon content of the soil. The second was the delta 13 carbon values. And the third was the contribution of C3 or C4 vegetations in carbon. So for your information, based on the delta 13 carbon values, if this values is close to minus 28, so we can say that the carbon came from C3 vegetation. And if it's close to minus 10 and minus 12, we can say that the carbon came from C4 vegetation, and between the 2 values, it can come from C3, a mix of C3 or C4 vegetations. So here was our first results. The graph in top was the distribution of delta 13 carbon values based on soil depth. Soil depth is in the y-axis and delta 13 in the x-axis. And the second here was the contribution of C4 vegetation in carbon content. So the first thing that we have seen that for forest plots, all forest plots had the carbon from forest plots came from all C3 vegetations. The second thing, based on all data from shrubland plots, we can see that there is the same trend like forest profiles, but the difference is that there was a slight C4 contribution in surface compared to forest, with 5% of C4 vegetation carbon. And the important thing that we have seen is this for grassland. We have tried to characterize also the grasslands that we have based on the soil profile, delta 13 carbon values. So one plots of grassland have C4 vegetation signals in all of depth, so it came from old growth vegetations. Some grassland plots have also a C3 signals, even it's a grassland plot. So maybe it came from the C3 grasses and some succulent plants. We have also seen in blue here some grassland with forest-like patterns in depth. So the delta 13 carbon values came from C4 vegetation in the topsoil in surface, and C3 vegetation from in the deep soil. So it can come from the results of forest degradation, same as observed in literature in Madagascar. And there was also 2 types of grassland, classification of grassland that we have seen, which came from the mix of the C3 and the C4 carbon sources. So our first conclusion is that maybe the past grassy ecosystem ranging from treeless grassland to grassy woodlands. And the second thing that I need to show you these figures. we have tried to know when the carbon from the C4 vegetation was incorporated in soil, and based on literature modeling, here we have seen that the carbon from the C4 vegetation was incorporated in soil in the 3,000 years before present, knowing that the human settlement was seen in Madagascar 2,000 years before present. So this confirms our assumption that there is not only a forest-derived grassland in Madagascar, but also an old growth of grassland before the human settlement. So just here, I want to show you the spatial distribution of the 5 classes of grassland. Some grass was close to forest, so with the forest signatures, C3 signatures. Some grass was far from the forest with the C4 signatures, but there is also a need to have more research about the spatial distribution of this grassland spatial distribution. So for conclusion, the first thing that we have seen was that vegetation here in the southern of Madagascar shift toward a more C4 dominated system, and the landscape was anciently composed by an heterogeneous mosaic of open and closed ecosystem. And the next step for us was to study the datation of this carbon for having an accurate information about the date of this carbon incorporation. So thank you for your attention. It's the mail of a PhD student which do this work. So I'm here as a team to present her work. So thank you.
Yes, there's a question from Jesse.
Thanks. I really enjoyed that. Did you guys happen to keep any of your soil samples to look at phytoliths? Because if you kept the phytoliths, you should be able to tease out the lineages that came from C3 grasses and sedges from the C4, and then also look at what's being contributed. Like it should help you tease out lineages of the grasses as they have come in through time if you kept the soil.
I have difficulties to hear.
So do you have maybe just answer whether you have other lines of
Yeah, it was some of the things that we need also to do within this in this work, but based on the project also we have only some funds for the C3 and C4 vegetation response from C3 and C4 soil sampling from now, but maybe we can also have another information from the plants for having the more information about this.
So I don't see any more questions. I have one. I was wondering if you then correlated the grasslands that you are pretty comfortable has been grassland for a very long time. Are those also the ones where you have higher C4 diversity and more endemic species? Like, have you tried to match those things up?
Yeah, I'm soil scientist, and this is work for ecologists in our team. So maybe help that. Yeah, it's another work also to do within this project to match the vegetation data with the soil response on the delta 13 carbon. So thank you.
So I have 2 more talks. The first one by Olivia, looking at we're moving back to bush encroachment. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk today. I'm going to be trying to summarize some of the research that my working group and I have been conducting in a semi-arid savanna system, trying to tease out local patterns and mechanisms of bush encroachment. And I'll start with some brief contextualization. As we all know, bush encroachment is one of the greater threats to savanna systems globally, and it's likely a response to increasing atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations since the industrial era. It's particularly severe in Africa, but rates and intensity vary across the continent, which indicates that regional drivers may modulate vegetation responses to the climate and offer management leverage. It's important that we find management solutions because bush encroachment affects ecosystem services, biodiversity, and feeds back to global earth cycles. But currently, the lack of attribution of bush encroachment to regional drivers does inhibit managers from implementing appropriate interventions. Savanna scientists are increasingly asking whether herbivore populations can be manipulated in order to steer vegetation trajectories, but evidence is limited, largely because herbivore census data is rare, but also because herbivory can have both facilitative and destructive roles in vegetation dynamics. To date, literature has largely focused on herbivores' destructive potential, but positive impacts of herbivory are increasingly becoming recognized as meaningful contributions. For example, in a paper written by my colleagues and I last year, we found that black rhinoceroses enhance the germinability of camel thorn pods by about 40%, which may influence their recruitment rates downstream. As we come to understand the multifaceted roles of herbivores better, it's important that we try and quantify their net ecosystem effects, which are seldom defined. Which leads me to our research. Our core question was whether spatial and temporal variation in herbivore foraging pressure helps to explain woody encroachment signals when accounting for abiotic drivers like rainfall. We've been working at Tswalu Kalahari Reserve, which is an interesting site because herbivore census data has been collected since about 2001, and because fire has been excluded since the 70s, which helps to isolate herbivory effects. This is a semi-arid dune bushveld region that is split into two fenced camps, Kruger in the west and Lechaba in the east. These sections are similar with comparable herbivore stocking rates. However, Lechaba does house lions, and there is an east-west rainfall gradient, which means that Lechaba has higher rainfall than Kruger. And for this reason, we incorporated some of the surrounding farms into certain analyses in order to introduce greater rainfall variability. In a 2022 vegetation report, it was found that Lechaba shares the same land type as the eastern farm regions surrounding Tswalu, which encompasses climate, soils, and terrain. And in another study, it was found that herbivores aggregate into much larger herds in Lechaba than they do in Kruger due to the presence of apex predators. This is a landscape of fear effect, and both of these pieces of information are important for our findings later on. In order to analyze bush encroachment trends in relation to regional drivers, I compiled annual rasters of NDVI, rainfall, and herbivore census data. In terms of the vegetation data, I chose to extract minimum NDVI values from Google Earth Engine, as this should heavily weight baseline vegetation levels during the dry season, hopefully excluding the grassy component. I did also stitch and georeference aerial images in order to visually assess whether high positive NDVI changes corresponded with apparent woody thickening. And as you can see from these images, that was the case, which means our metric is likely capturing woody change. This is not sufficient evidence, but I am working towards replacing the NDVI input with explicit woody rasters, which should strengthen this work before publication. In terms of the herbivory data, my colleague, Dr. Andrew Abraham, ground truthed the census data and found it to be about 81% precise. He then applied distance sampling techniques in order to improve those density estimates. I then calculated the dry matter intake per species for their C3 and C4 diet components, and I could show you all of these raster maps, but individual level effects came out to be insignificant, and so I aggregated herbivore foraging pressure by browsing and grazing components and also by body size. Even then, only total herbivory came out to be significant. All rasters were clipped to these study tiles. Including spatial smoothers in the GAMs did help to reduce residual spatial autocorrelation. However, this design does risk pseudo-replication, which I acknowledge, but was unavoidable given the constraints of data availability and site access. Onto some results. In a GAM analysis that incorporated the surrounding farms, I found a clear greening trend over time that was statistically independent of rainfall. However, Lechaba was a notable outlier, suggesting regional drivers, which I kept in mind as I moved on to a model that incorporated herbivory. Herbivory was found to have a significant U-shaped relationship with NDVI, where lower rates of herbivory promoted vegetation growth, but high rates of herbivory caused degradation. Since I knew Lechaba to be an outlier from the initial analysis, I incorporated a herbivory by camp interaction, and one of our most notable findings emerged, which was that herbivory had no significant effect on NDVI in Kruger, but a significant effect in Lechaba, in keeping with the U-shaped relationship that I mentioned previously. Given comparable herbivore stocking rates, my hypothesis is that lion presence in Lechaba causes herbivores to aggregate into larger herds through the landscape of fear mechanism, which could cause a concentrated herbivory effect that lowers NDVI. This is corroborated by the fact that Lechaba shares the same land type as the eastern farm regions, thereby accounting for a host of confounding factors, but shows completely different vegetation trends. However, we can't assume causation when we can only pick up correlations in these models, and alternative hypotheses are that herbivores are moving into open areas in the presence of lions for greater visibility, or that different vegetation dominances in different sections of the reserve respond differently to the same drivers. More research needs to be conducted that includes a greater number of covariates. But if my findings hold, I do think it opens interesting questions regarding whether apex carnivores could be introduced in order to effectively leverage concentrated herbivory to slow encroachment. This mechanism obviously would not reverse any thickening that had already occurred. This work was originally part of my MSc, but I've since been trying to improve it considerably, and I started by going to Drs. Noel and Gretel van Rooyen, who had previously collected vegetation data at Swalu. What you can see here is the original field sheet for a single plot, one of hundreds used to create the vegetation dominance map that you've just seen. This is a depiction of all the plots spatially, and they collected data in 1999 and 2017, and I've spent several months digitizing this data. My intention is to use the ground data as a response variable in a random forest model with annual 15-band raster composites as predictor variables in order to map explicit woody cover, which can then replace my NDVI input in my GAMs. But before going on to the random forest, I wanted to see what was happening at the plot level, so I ran an NMDS analysis on this data. This is the configuration for 1999. As you can see, bushveld, shrubveld, and dunesveld are closely clustered together in ordination space, which is expected given that they're all open plains, grassy environments. Mountain shrubveld can be found higher up in a unique position, which is also expected given that it's rockier and gravelier. And calcrete scrubveld was the most scattered, which also makes sense given that it's a highly disturbed environment. This is the shift in 2017. The fact that the vegetation types are still clustered similarly gives me confidence going into my random forest modeling because it indicates that my compositional signal from this data is relatively stable over time. But there is a general trend of a shift upwards in ordination space, and I wanted to see what was driving that at a species level. So I did a quick SIMPER analysis, and I found that palatable grasses are decreasing, unpalatable grasses are increasing, as are forbs that are typically associated with open and degraded ground conditions. And finally, Senegalia mellifera, which is a known Kalahari encroacher, was the greatest increasing species of all of them on this list. Together, this is a multi indicate a signal of degradation, which is consistent with bush encroachment in semi-arid savannas. And so this does also add to my confidence that this data is reflecting true ecological processes. I really look forward to coming back and presenting my full results to you in future, but in the meantime, there is a lot of work left to be done, and I would appreciate any suggestions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. We have time for one question. You see.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was just wondering how large is the rainfall gradient? You mentioned the acid gradient, but you didn't give us any figures.
That's true. I'm afraid I can tell you the mean annual rainfall at Swalu, which is about 360 millimeters in a year. I can't tell you off the top of my head what the gradient is. I'm so sorry.
So, my take-home message is that if you can just concentrate herbivores, then you are going to limit this woody thickening. But I know from Joe Shaw's work that the black rhino were really, I think it was hematoxylon, that they were really impacting quite heavily on. So I was just wondering, like, how the dynamics of shrubs is the mellifera just completely like overcompensated in terms of cover?
There are areas with large stands of mellifera, particularly in the southwestern sections of the reserve. But there are also areas that are very, very open and have very healthy populations of hematoxylin, for example. Sorry, can I ask what is your question?
I was just thinking, yeah, I'll speak to you later. I was just wondering about the dynamism of the shrub dynamics.
Okay.
Because I'm sure some, like you've showed that some are decreasing and others are increasing, and I was just wondering if those are setting each other off. But in any case, we ran out of time, so we're going to move on to Graham's talk. Is going to tell us whether I see we like skipping between wood encroachment, bush encroachment, shrub encroachment, yeah, densification. So yeah, maybe you're going to help us.
Great, thank you. Probably a year ago or so, I was sitting in a very similar conference to this, and again there was a number of sessions on bush encroachment. And sitting there, I sort of started to wonder why we haven't made a huge amount of progress. There was this sort of marvelous articles of Tim O'Connor, Tim Hoffman, back in about 2014 or so, it sort of really brought together the thinking about bush encroachment. And I started thinking that maybe one of the problems is that we don't have common terminology. We lump a lot of things together and call it all bush encroachment or woody plant thickening. We use the same terminology for different things, different terminology for the same things. And I started thinking, is there anybody that's really looking out around a number of typologies for what's going on in terms of bush encroachment? And you know what you do when you start doing this? You phone a friend, you use ChatGPT, you start looking at the literature. And I found that there doesn't seem to be a lot of work around different typologies, really trying to unpick what's happening. And getting typologies organized is actually quite important, because then you get a similar language, you can start looking at similar problems and start unraveling what is a complex issue into maybe a series of less complex issues. What we've seen is huge a number of publications coming out, particularly on the sort of remote sensing and bush encroachment, but very little, as I'll point out later, in terms of really being able to map encroachment across the national scale. There's also a huge amount of confusing terminology. So we use things like encroachment versus invasion. Tim Hoffman used the term encroachment when it was bushes into savanna, invasion when savanna species into grasslands. What happens when it's grassland species then into grasslands? I'm not too sure. A whole lot of other terminologies have popped up in the literature. densification, thickening, bush thickening, proliferation, expansion, shrubification, thicketization, even one that I love, green desertification, increase in woodiness. So there's a lot of terminologies out there, people using them in different ways. We also have a sort of number of different aspects of it. Are we talking about woody plants in general, woody species in general, only bushes, only shrubs, only trees? So for instance, Bankropbos, Longbos, that's always a shrub. Is this part of a woody encroachment problem? It's some, the sort of things that we need to consider. We also have a whole lot of different species involved. And I know there's lists that have done of encroaching species. And I think, in South Africa, there's probably 20, 30, if not more, species identified encroaching. But I think what's more important as well is we need to think of the different life history strategies of these encroaching species. Some are clearly early pioneer, weedy species, the sort of species you expect to come up in terms of disturbances. These could be forest species, they could be savanna species. There's also late succession species that are coming up, the movement towards forest, particularly in the grasslands, but also in some of the savanna areas. We've got fire tolerant versus fire sensitive species, both of them probably coming in to add to woody cover. Clonal growth, not always are you picking up seedling establishment, might just be clonal growth from a single species. And then resprouters, which I think are quite important, because resprouters can actually hide the fact that you might have had establishment over a long period of time, a single fire comes through, and the whole area looks like a uniform age. We know in many cases you need a sort of alignment of different factors to get encroachment, maybe a long-term degradation followed by a long-term rainfall, getting these spurts in establishment phases. But as I say, resprouters can also give the appearance of that, even though it might not be the case. In terms of where bush encroachment happens in the country, there's lots of marvelous studies at the local scale of mapping bush encroachment. But as far as I can gather, there's no definitive map of where bush encroachment takes place at the national scale. Jane Turpie, in about 2018 or so, did a study for the government around bush encroachment, trying to understand whether it was a degradation or not. She spoke of 4 different studies trying to map bush encroachment. One of them was the Stafford study. That was some work that Sally Archibald and myself did with William Stafford. It was a really quick and nasty. I wouldn't put any emphasis on it being a definitive map of bush encroachment. Slightly better work is the work of Andrew Skoner on his PhD. He had a very specific goal. He was looking at the movement of trees into grassland and the movement of trees out of savanna areas creating grassland. Probably, he would admit himself, not really trying to map where bush encroachment is taking place. The third study that Turpie mentioned was a specialist assessment based on specialist knowledge, not actually a map product at all. The fourth study she spoke about, and she gave data from it. I've never been able to find that. It's never been published. I've tried to get hold of the authors of that. They've sort of gone shy on it going anywhere. And then the other study that's become available is the study, and I think that was put up in the last presentation as well, the great work that Xander Fenter did. He used the newly available Landsat imagery, or the freely available Landsat imagery, to use the fractional woody cover product and look at it over time. A marvelous product covering all of Africa. I think one of the things it shows very, very clearly is we're seeing greater woody cover right across the savanna areas. However, I'd advocate that, to a farmer, what might be important is what's happening at the local scale, where you've got maybe tens of thousands of seedlings coming up in a single area. That might or might not be picking up on the Fenter study. Certainly the Fenter study doesn't allow you to identify those areas specifically. So what the farmer sees and what the satellite imagery sees are often 2 very different issues. What I've tried to do is to say, what are the main ways that bush encroachment seems to be taking place, or maybe not using the term bush encroachment, but increase in tree cover. And I'm suggesting that there might be 4 key types involved. This is preliminary ideas, more to sort of stimulate thought, and certainly this needs to be unpacked a lot further. But as a starting point, suggesting that there's a sort of the classic bush encroachment, that situation we're all familiar with, hundreds, if not thousands, of young seedlings, normally of sort of primary succession type species invading into savanna areas. But at the other end, there's also what would be tree cover densification. What we've seen particularly, say, in Kruger, where you've got exclusion of fire or exclusion of elephants or exclusion of the both of them, the tree density increasing over time, but not necessarily through the sort of invasion of this monospecific stands that we've seen in the classic bush encroachment. And then probably 2 similar type of patterns in the grasslands, but particularly in the grasslands, as you get into the wetter grasslands, you have this aspect of movement of the grasslands into forests, either through a sort of patch dynamic bush clump type of process. Sorry, not much patch dynamics. And they've seen, for instance, at the eastern shores and Lake St. Lucia, you get these little forest bush clumps coming into the grasslands, expanding. That links a lot to this idea of birds bringing in seeds, little areas expanding. Also, forest edge, we've seen this particularly where we've got forest plantations that are keeping fires out of the grasslands. The adjacent indigenous forest tends to move into those areas. And then there's two final types linking to aliens that I won't go into at all. Just trying to understand this better, if you look at it in terms of the Sankaran model, Sankaran plotted actual plots against mean annual precipitation and woody cover. What we've seen is that plots are moving up in time to a higher woody cover. This might look from a satellite imagery that everything is the same, but as you go to the ground, you realize that some of these are what we're saying is where there's overprotection. Some of this is proliferation of small seedlings. So that's what I'm suggesting is a sort of simple way of looking at this. You've got protection or overprotection driving a number of processes. You've got disturbance driving a very different set of processes. Totally made up data, but trying to think what this could be like. Disturbance route, this huge boost of stems. So if you look at stems per hectare over time, huge boost of stems where you've got protection, a very slow increase in stems. Canopy cover slightly lagging behind the stems, going up to a high point and possibly staying constant or decreasing over time as self-thinning takes place. And biomass, I think this is the interesting one, on the sort of disturbance route, biomass starting very, very low and moving up high. In the protected areas, biomass starting fairly high and going to higher. And then also things like species diversity. In the disturbance route, the sort of weight of species would be around 1 or 2 species as opposed to a fairly uniform distribution of species. Talking about how to differentiate this from a satellite imagery perspective, this is some work that UC will be talking about later on in the conference. I'm not going to go into any detail, but it's divided the whole of Kruger up into different classes of vegetation structure. If you look at it from an optical version, an EVI version, all the different classes actually give a very similar pattern. The pattern follows season, so the patterns following season like that, the patterns following peak rainfall, and you're not getting much differentiation of what's happening in terms of woody density. However, if we use radar type data, backscatter data, you find that you actually start to bring out major differences in the different classes. And so that's what we'd suggest is using of structural data might be a really good way of moving forwards. So just some take-home messages from this. Not all increases in tree density is the same. CO2 is probably working across the board. Drivers are complex, particularly this interplay between fire and herbivory. Both protection and disturbance lead to increase in trees. And then we need this aspect of bringing structural data into the debate. We need long-term data. We need it both at the ground level and at the satellite level. Time series data is critical in this regard. Thank you. I hope this just sort of stimulates some thought in how we can unpack the bush encroachment problem a bit more.
Thank you, Graham. We are out of time. I was getting a bit worried. I saw 12 out of 25 slides there, and I was like, oh. Are we gonna, can we just give a quick round of applause for this session, and we're moving on to a different.
Good day, colleagues. We'll switch the main focus briefly away from encroachment and begin to talk some archaeological language. We've got 2 papers that are scheduled for this session, in addition to the 2 posters that are also part of this particular session. And as far as the papers are concerned, there's going to be Tim and Jacobus, both of whom will talk about the archaeology of the northern parts of Kruger. The first presentation will be by Tim Forsman.
Good morning, everyone. Today, it's a big shift in focus, as it always is at the conference when we start to talk about archaeology and the past. And today, what I'm going to talk about, it's a little bit different to last year's. It's a new site that we've identified in northern Kruger National Park called Gualala Hill. The archaeology of northern Kruger is best known for Tulumela. Tulumela is a hilltop stone-walled settlement that was most likely the capital of a kingdom that existed between about AD 1450 and 1680. It was excavated in the 1990s and, although not fully studied, revealed an extraordinary archaeological record. Golden burials, finely crafted metal tools, and glass beads that came from the east coast of Africa. Like much of Kruger Park, this area was surveyed archaeologically in the 1980s, and a number of sites were identified. Gualala is around about PA8, PA8.1, but it isn't indicated on the map. So as far as we can tell, it's not a site that had been identified by previous archaeological surveys. However, the Makuleke community were aware of the site. Before they were removed from the national park in 1969, they knew of Gualala Hill, and it was a site that when you upset the ancestors at night, you would hear drums beating from Gualala. It was a site recognized as an earlier occupation. And then you'd have to provide certain offerings in order to stop the drums from playing and appease the ancestors. So they were aware of it, and the name Gualala Hill is a name that they've given to the site. Where exactly it's located, in this image you can see Crook's Corner, the bottom right, and inside that red block, I'm going to zoom in, and here you can see at the top left, also in a red block, Gualala Hill. It's an open patch on the earth. It would be very useful if all the archaeological sites had red blocks around them like this, in reality, but they don't, unfortunately. And so we need to go find them. So from the drone shot of the site here, you can see it. This is that open patch of earth, and in the background is the Limpopo River. And here's an image on the ground. So when you look at these sites, on the one hand, you don't see much. When we're excavating the site, walking safaris come past, and they've been walking there for years, not knowing that anything was ever there. Which on the one hand is wonderful, because then the site kind of preserves, because unfortunately people do take things away. But what we do when we go and excavate these sites is we obviously try and kind of rebuild the sites as well to figure out what's actually going on. So for Gualala, We've now been excavating it. We've spent about a month so far excavating it. We've excavated 9 squares in various locations in the site, focusing on middens, where all the refuse and waste material is located, as well as residential zones. It's a very small area of the site that we've focused on so far. 9 2 by 2 meters squares, and the site is around 200 meters by 80. So it's actually quite a big site. And we've had a number of finds from spindle wheels for spinning fiber, lots of ceramics, faunal waste, thousands of glass beads have come out of this site, a staggering amount of glass beads, more than we ever expected actually. We've also dated the site, and there are a couple of complications. Ideally, what you want to see is dates getting older as you dig down. So the younger stuff is on top. I've organized these dates in terms of depth. And as you can see, at the very top is our oldest date. And then these other 2 in red blocks here are also out of sequence. But it's not too much of a train smash. These issues could relate to bioturbation, animals burrowing through the ground, even rodents. It could also be roots penetrating, or it may be older wood that was used in a fireplace at some stage. But we can identify 2 clear occupation phases. The earlier one is in the 1200s, and a later one occurs but in the 1300s to mid-1400s. In one of the areas of the site, we've excavated 3 hut floors that were built on top of one another successively, showing repeated rebuilding and sustained occupation of Gwalala Hill. The upper 2 floors match the dated phases quite neatly, which is great, and the lowest floor we still have to date. One of the unusual finds, more interesting finds we made, was at the level of the middle hut floor, which was a crocodile head that had been buried in front of the entrance to the hut, probably by the occupant for perhaps ritual purposes, we're not sure. How Gwalala fits into the extended landscape is also very interesting. The later occupation, in red, overlaps with Makahane, Majigwili, and Tulumela, all large hilltop settlements. Makahane is upstream from Tulumela on a hill about 160 meters above the floodplain and has considerable walling and also gold finds like Tulumela. These are pretty important sites, and Gwalala, as you can see here, was around about during the same phase. These settlements were likely contemporary and may have functioned as interconnected communities engaged in exchange and cooperation. The earlier phase at Gwalala coincides with a transformative moment in the region, which includes the rise of Mapungubwe further along the Limpopo River, Southern Africa's earliest state-level society. Gwalala was therefore occupied during a period of political consolidation and state formation, but its history extended beyond that into the Great Zimbabwe period and eventually Tulumela. Like Tulumela, Gwalala existed when vast reserves of wealth passed through this region on its way to and from the coastline. What might Gwalala have looked like? This is a simplified AI reconstruction of Gwalala. It's purely illustrative, not definitive, but it does help visualize the settlement layout. It is also based on our excavation plan and what we've been able to determine exists at the settlement. But I just couldn't get AI to listen properly, so there are a few little strange things here. But it still works. So what we see is it appears we've got a kraal that's more or less in the middle of the settlement. We're not 100% sure if it is a kraal. We'll excavate it to find out. But the reason why it's a bit of a question mark is many of the settlements in this area and during this period, the farmers relied primarily on wild produce for their meat. So Tulumela, for example, 75% of the meat consumed at Tulumela was from wild animals, which is quite impressive. If Tulumela may have as many as 3,000 people, mostly subsisting on wild animals, that's a serious organization. But what we also have at the back here of Gwalala is a large hut, a number of grain bin foundations. And so what we suspect is that this was probably an elite or a higher status area of the site, possibly a headman or chief. There are residential districts in Gwalala as well, often characterized by a large number of grain storage foundations. And then at the bottom right here, the midden and cooking area is this dump that we excavated into, but we also uncovered a collection of rocks with pots still in place. So it was probably a cooking area at some stage as well. The historical trade route is hypothetical. It's purely there just to point to the fact that we suspect Tulumela was involved in this long-distance trade. And that's largely because of where it's located, very close to the Limpopo River. It was our suspicion that Gualala was part of these much wider connections and our hope to understand them better that led us to excavate the settlement. Gualala's position at the confluence of the Limpopo and Luvuvu rivers is almost certainly significant. Rivers acted as natural corridors for movement and exchange. Historical records show that traders operating from coastal centers such as Chibuen, near modern-day Vilanculos, and the Inyamban area moved inland along these routes, building on much older trade systems. Along these corridors of movement were villages to supply and house merchants. These villages had to attract merchants to them, and so they were ideally placed and ready to receive people, even hosting markets and or bazaars. Was Gualala a village of this kind? We don't know yet, but the large food storage reserves at the settlement, the size of the village, and its location along a known trade route support this notion. The Indian Ocean network linked the central parts of southern Africa with East Africa and to the Middle East, India, and China. Using monsoon winds, dhows transported goods such as beads and cloth in exchange for ivory, gold, and other products. This flow of wealth underpinned the emergence of powerful inland societies. The thousands of glass beads at Gualala demonstrate that it was deeply embedded into the system. And I keep mentioning thousands of glass beads because it's very unusual at a village like this to have that vast number of beads. It's very exciting as well. During its earlier phase, Gualala lay in the corridor supplying Mapungubwe with its wealth. It was an active, busy region with traders moving through the landscape, bringing their goods to markets. Interestingly, during this early phase, people at Tulumela, only a short distance from Gualala, did not appear to have access to comparable trade wealth. In those earlier phases at Tulumela, for example, there aren't any glass beads whatsoever. Why the difference exists remains an open but important question. Although our work at Gualala is still underway, there are already some conclusions we can draw. Gualala was connected from what Bulpin once described as the lost corner of the Transvaal to the east coast. Traders, likely using the rivers but also traveling overland, brought goods to Gualala and exchanged them for local resources. These probably included ivory, and it would seem gold, as well as salt, animal products, and possibly even people. Gualala was established when Tulumela was first settled and remained occupied throughout the Tulumela phase. What relationships these sites had, why Gualala appears to have had access to such wealth when Tulumela did not, and when and why Gualala's occupations ended are questions we do not yet have answers to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a question? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. I saw these grain storage on your pictures, and I was wondering, were they producing grain locally, and how much did they work the soils, and maybe cause soil erosion already by that time?
Yeah, thank you. It is a good question. So these farmers were working floodplains with they didn't have any irrigation. So it was floodplain cultivation. Research at a pan in Mozambique has identified an increase in what looks to be domestic crops from around about 1300 AD. So these Gualala occupants were there before that. Makahane was there before that as well. But in the core samples that are being extracted from these pans, we're not picking up domestic crops at all yet until a bit later. But people must have had food. Some societies traded for food from other regions, but that's obviously very risky. If your trade network collapses, someone gets malaria, suddenly you don't get fed. But at this site, there's about 40 grain bin foundations. That's a lot of grain, excluding any that have been dug into the ground. Often grain is also stored in underground storage pits, which we haven't relocated any yet. But so it's farming locally, farming in small gardens around huts, storing food for times of famine and drought and so on. But it's in the lower levels that the agriculture took place. Yeah, I suspect. Unfortunately, as you saw pictures earlier, the Luvuvu River has washed anything down there is now gone from an archaeological point of view. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We'll swiftly move to our second presentation by Jacobus, who is also focusing on the archaeology of the Pafure region in the north of Kruger. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaco van der Spey. I'm currently a master's student at the University of Pretoria. And as you heard, for the last few years, I've been doing research up in Pafuri with Professor Tim Forsman. Sorry, I shouldn't be there. So just to give you an idea of Pafuri, it's the furthest north section of the park. It's about 26,000 square kilometers. It is easily one of the most beautiful parts of the park in terms of the biodiversity. I mean, across the landscape, there are extensive floodplains, sandstone cliffs, massive baobabs, and probably the best birding you'll find in the park. Other than that, though, it is more than just a beautiful natural landscape. It's a significant and important cultural landscape. Excuse me. So we know, as Tim mentioned, we know about some of the sites that are present here because there has been research in the past, albeit not very in-depth. There we go. Up here we have Tulamela and Makahane, arguably the two big ones, with Machigwili over here and Gwalala Hill, which Tim spoke about. So these sites have been researched, but they've been treated as nodes on the landscape instead of looking at the landscape in terms of all of its archaeology. So we know that these sites are here. We know that there has to be more sites, and we decided in order to properly tackle this landscape and understand what's going on, we have to do a survey. And I'm sure most of you have done surveys of your own. Surveying in the park is not very easy. You can't just throw straight lines down and go walk in transects. We have rugged terrain, we have wild animals. I mean, up in Pafuri alone, there's tons of buffalo, elephant. Luckily, we don't really have to worry about lions. They don't go that far north usually. But we decided we have to do a survey. So in order to do an effective survey in this area, we employed what we call an adaptive survey strategy. What that very basically means is when we go out to survey for the day, we have a rough plan of where we're going to start and where we want to go. But if you encounter animals or if you get to a ridge line that's going to take you an hour to cross, all the time in the field, all the time that we have in the field is very valuable. So we kind of try to be as efficient as possible. So we work off of local knowledge, existing archaeological knowledge, and just kind of making decisions on the fly in order to effectively find sites and identify them. So we have found many, many sites across the landscape. As you can see there, we have over 100 sites identified so far over 4 survey seasons. Unfortunately, we can't use all of our time surveying in the field because we also have to dig some holes every now and then. But that's more the smaller scale things that Tim was talking about, where my project focuses on the larger landscape as a whole. So we have over 100 sites, I think we're up to 84 points of interest as well, which are archaeological in nature, but not quite enough to name it as a site. So the survey strategy that we've employed has proven to be quite successful, and we're very happy with the results. So just to give you an idea of what it looks like when you find a site. As Professor Forsman mentioned, it's not very easy to spot a site as you're walking over it. Sometimes the vegetation is too dense. Sometimes there's only a few artifacts lying around. And it's very rare that we actually find sites like Makahane or Tulamela where you can clearly see, okay, wow, there's a massive, impressive stone walling. This is a site. So these are the kinds of things that we look for to identify sites with. And here I've given just a few examples of the type of things we find. So at the bottom right here, these are all stone tools found at the same site, which is quite rare to get a whole range of them. But we have stone tools from the earlier Stone Age, let's call it 2 million years ago, all the way up until the later Stone Age with the more refined, smaller tools on the right there. And you can really see the gradient of the Stone Age technology changing, becoming more refined as they evolved the technology, basically. Right above that, we have a kind of typical assemblage from the Iron Age sites that we find in Pafuri. So those are characterized by lots of potsherds, different thickness of pots, colors, decorations, everything. Grinding stones, also some metal beads and some implements, but these are harder to find because obviously they've been there for potentially 1,000 years. They degrade, they get washed away, they get trampled and buried. So it's not always, don't commonly find them on the surface, but we have found some iron arrowheads, spear points, farming hoes and stuff like that. On the left here, we have what's more typical of the historic era. So the last people who lived in Pafuri, as Tim mentioned, were the Makuleke, who were kicked out in 1969. And this is from one of their sites that we identified. And it's a lot more familiar to us, like steel, all kinds of steel. There's actually a pocket knife on the right there, which is a third of those that we found. And that's just kind of to give you an idea of what you expect to find on these sites of different periods, but also obviously sometimes you find something completely unexpected, which is the case with this sword. When I found it, I thought it was a child's toy because what would a sword like this be doing in Southern Africa on a site from the 60s? But we've identified it as a French foot soldier sword from the 1800s, which is very interesting, and we should be releasing a paper kind of expounding how it could have gotten here a bit later on. This kind of brings me towards the end to talk about the potential impacts of this research. So this sword was found on a site called Deku, which was what we believe to be the capital of the Makahane community. So as I said, they were stripped from the land in 1969. The apartheid government literally showed up with buses, shot all their livestock, broke down and burned all their houses, and shoved them in the trucks, took them 80 k's away, and told them, this is your new home, you live here now. On the bottom, you can see a stark example of this. This is a broken pot that's sitting in a fireplace. So someone was likely cooking on that pot, in that pot, when they were forcibly removed. Child's toys strewn all over the ground. It makes your heart soar a bit, but this is when it comes to the impact that our research can have, because the Makuleke still haven't been allowed to go back to these sites, to their ancestral lands, but through our research, we can kind of begin to tell their story and help them to physically reconnect with their past as the people who can tell them the stories that can spiritually connect them with their past are unfortunately, most of them, on their way towards death. So the impact is not just for the people that we currently have here. It's actually much further. I mean, the site that Tim was speaking about, Gwalala Hill, is a site that I actually identified during my honors research in 2024. So just with that, it shows that there are potentially many more sites out there that can be archaeologically significant for us. But at the end of the day, my goal with the research, and I think we're getting there, was to get a more holistic understanding of the landscape and the cultural aspects of the landscape, instead of just focusing on the cool sites that have the kind of more glamorous finds, like the gold burials or the massive stone walling and stuff like that. Looking into the future, we have just started, at the end of last year, we've just started implementing drone work. So we've started doing some RGB, multispectral and LiDAR scans of some of our sites and the larger area to hopefully inform our surveys in the future and help us find a few hundred more sites. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any questions for Jaco?
That was really interesting. Thank you so much. I'm wondering, like, when you're walking around along on your sort of dynamic transects or whatever, like, are you just eyes are glued to the ground and you're like looking for artifacts as you're walking, or are you looking for features of the landscape to help inform where you might find artifacts? And like, what is your search process, like the micro scale search process look like?
So it's a bit of both. When you're walking, obviously, if you're just looking down, then you're missing what's over there and missing what's over there. So we tend to walk, our survey teams are usually about 4 or 5 people, any more than that, and it gets a bit much for just one ranger to handle. So we generally all have our eyes everywhere, but on this landscape, it is, I'm not going to say it's easy, but there are certain things that you can look out for to kind of signify that there might be a site, namely the little clearings. If you see a little clearing, then you go for it, and then you start looking directly under you. Then you start looking for specific artifacts and kind of the smaller things. But in general, you can kind of see where there might be a site. And obviously, as we've spent more time in this landscape, you kind of learn how the sites present, because at different periods of time, people lived like their neighbors. So if, for example, with the Iron Age sites, we've realized that they are generally about halfway up the hills on little flatter bits above the floodplains. So if we see one of those, we go for it. Yeah, but in general, it's just a lot of walking and looking, hey? Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
I will take that other hand. We still have a bit of time, few seconds.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering if you're engaging with the communities that were displaced from these areas in any way. If they've been helping you locating some of the sites. Thanks.
Yeah, so from the very beginning, we wanted to make a point of trying to engage the community. Firstly, because it's their history that we're working with, but also because we're there looking for things that we don't know about, but they might. So from the beginning, we have been engaging with the community, and the Makuleke actually now own their land again, and they lease it out to the park, and there are a few lodges on the land. One of which is called Return Africa, and they employ a lot of the Makuleke community, and we've worked closely with them in order to kind of become part of the landscape ourselves. So we do actively engage with them, and we have plans to further that in the future as well. We also had a plan if the lodge is able to be rebuilt and back up and running after the floods last year. We've had a plan for a while to put into place a display for the Makuleke community of their own artifacts, of their sites, so that firstly anyone who visits can learn about them, but also so that they themselves can then engage with tourists and tell their story.
Thank you, Jacob. We are out of time. As we conclude the session, I just want to re-emphasize the fact that there are 2 posters on the theme of archaeology. The one poster is by Chante, who is focusing on Thulamela, in particular, the significance of Thulamela. Thulamela was excavated in the 90s, by a group of archaeologists. And not much assessment, of the material was actually undertaken, even though quite some, I would say well-defined conclusions were reached. So that, poster allows us, to expose ourselves to details around the need to look into Thulamela and its interpretation broadly. And the second one is by Kollega, who is focusing on a different landscape, particularly in terms of Mapungubwe. It's a site that Tim Fossman excavated for a number of years in the past. So yeah, it's Little Mac shelter, which is found in Mapungubwe. Thank you so much, colleagues. It's lunchtime. I should be back promptly at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, if everyone can just get settled, we're going to start the afternoon session. Find your seats, please. Okay, hi everybody. It's really nice to have so many people here. Really nice to have so many people here this afternoon. Welcome to this session on people, people in the environment, and we're looking forward to some really nice talks. First up, we have Annabella Hellman, who's going to be talking to us about bioboundaries. So Annabella, you know how the timer works. You've got 10 minutes, and I'm sure they'll show your slideshow soon, so we're looking forward to your talk. Thank you so much.
My name is Annabella Hellman. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Wyoming, and I'll be presenting a bit about my project, Bioboundaries, the Potential for Chemicals Fences to Reduce Human-Carnivore Conflict. My work is in Laikipia County, Kenya, in central Kenya, which is approximately 10,000 square kilometers. It's a patchwork of private land holdings, but is also home to the highest abundances of large mammals in East Africa outside of the Serengeti ecosystem. So you can imagine with this multi-use landscape that it is an area rife with conflict. My work focuses on small stock depredation, including sheep and goats. And in a survey of 100 Laikipia households from February 2023 to October 2024, they found that leopard and spotted hyena were responsible for 7 times more incidents combined than lion, jackal, baboon, and cheetah together. And again, that's with sheep and goats. The current conflict mitigation toolkit in Kenya looks something like this. So we have lion lights, which are motion sensing lights that people place at livestock bomas overnight to scare away predators. Thorn tree bomas, which are much more common in community areas and areas with lower economic status. And then predator-proof bomas, which are metal bomas that are much more common with larger stock animals like camel and cattle. GPS collars on predators, typically seen on lions in this region, as a method of early warning to communities when they cross over into those areas. And then pastoralists and livestock guardian dogs, which stay with their herds during the day and then also overnight. And then bioboundaries is an attempt to increase that toolkit through the use of territorial scent marks. And the reason why we think this can work is because territorial scent marks are honest signals, in that the sender of those signals must be in good physical condition in order to patrol their territories and replenish those scent marks throughout time. And then the receivers of those messages, or the intruders into these territories, would do best to go back out and not enter, or they risk injury or fatality. And so the idea here is, what if we could use territorial scent marks to create an artificial territory around livestock? The use of scent in human-wildlife conflict mitigation is not a novel concept. There's been evidence that lion scat as a wild dog deterrent on game farms is quite effective. Predator fecal odors with black-tailed deer in agricultural fields have also been shown to work. And then the animal kingdom has also taken note. Common waxbills use carnivore scat to reduce the risk of nest predation. However, with all of these examples, you need access to these scat chemicals, scents, things like that. And so when using something like lion scat, you have to have a lion. Commercial availability of these predator scents aims to fill in that type of a problem. However, with deer repellent from predator scents or fox urine, things that you can buy in North America, for example, are incredibly non-specific in terms of the messaging that they're sending, since this is just urine. What bioboundaries is aiming to do is exploit olfactory communication behavior, so the signaling and messaging within all of these territorial scent marks. My collaborator, Dr. Peter Apps at Wild and Trust Africa in Botswana, has been working on this project for over a decade. And this graph in the top right is the result of a mass spectrometry done on African wild dog territorial scent marks. And every single peak in that graph is a different chemical compound. So these are highly, highly complex messages that are being sent within this urine. And it can look something like this on the landscape. A mix of different messages. Perhaps a male is patrolling his territory, trying to keep people out, keep other leopards out, but also attract a mate, for example. And so what Peter has done is distilled the keep out signal from that messaging landscape with one singular compound. And in this example, this is the compound found in a territorial scent mark of a leopard that communicates keep out, 3-mercapto-3-methylbutanol. And the great thing about this compound is that it is also available commercially. So for my proof of concept experiment, I was able to purchase this chemical on a chemical stock website, and I used a very rudimentary looking dispenser from materials that I was able to get in Laikipia County. So it's a very accessible dispenser. And what we did was place 1 milliliter of 3-mercapto-3-methylbutanol inside of a vial, inside of this dispenser, with the cap slightly unscrewed, such that the wind could slowly disperse this chemical in a fence-like manner, thus creating a bioboundary. I conducted my experiment at Old Jogi Conservancy in Laikipia, and Old Jogi is surrounded predominantly by an electrical fence. However, there are movement corridors for wildlife to pass in and out of the conservancy that are permeable to every species except for rhinoceros species. And I conducted a BACI design framework, so before-after control impact, where I selected bioboundary corridors or treatment corridors in areas that were high use by spotted hyena and leopard, whereas control corridors were shown to not have been used by spotted hyena or leopard in the data collected before this experiment. And then here's the experimental setup. So I had 4 dispensers, each with 1 milliliter of that chemical, and I had this set up for 5 months. And then 3 camera traps placed in such a way to identify individuals by their spot patterns, targeting leopard and spotted hyena, as well as a 3rd additional camera trap also set to video to look at behavioral responses. So here are some early results. So pictured here is the probability of either spotted hyena or leopard crossing after 50 days of the initiation of this experiment. So on the x-axis, we see 0 to 50, and then on the y, the probability of crossing. The orange line represents the bioboundary, so this is where we put the treatment out, and we see that the probability of crossing by either spotted hyena or leopard decreased from 64% to 48%. And then surprisingly, we saw the control corridor crossing probability increased from 39% to 90%. So anytime that an animal was caught in those camera trap videos, there was a 90% chance of them crossing. Looking a bit more into behavior, this is focused on spotted hyena responses, we see that the behavioral sequence of approach, cross, and continue was far more frequent at the control corridors in comparison to the bioboundaries. And then the hesitate sequence, so approach, hesitate, and retreat from where they came, was a little bit more frequent in the bioboundary corridor, but not as much of a difference as what we expected. However, I will note that these control corridors are novel movement paths for these individuals. They weren't previously used. And so that hesitation and retreat could just be the initial response to going to a new area to cross in or outside of the conservancy. And so here is a video of what that approach, hesitate, and retreat behavior looks like. This spotted hyena was breaking into this kraal in Botswana for about 2 weeks before they deployed the bioboundary scent. And he decided to go back to where he came from. So very promising results that we're seeing from these first 50 days. For future directions, I'm interested in deploying bioboundaries in communities alongside GPS-collared leopards in collaboration with the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. So we will be able to see how bioboundaries work in conjunction with the conflict mitigation toolkit that already exists in Laikipia. And then from the collar data, we're able to see broad-scale movements and potential behavior changes of these leopards as far as where their home range goes, if their territory shifts, or if they're responding to this deterrent in a range far outside of where my cameras were able to capture in those movement corridors. And then there are also developments of bioboundary collars on livestock, which have been anecdotally successful in Botswana. And these are for situations in which you do not house your small stock overnight and perhaps they're free ranging. They still have that bioboundary territorial defense. And then in Kenya, we could apply this because in the dawn and dusk period, they are also at risk of predation. And so this gives them a little bit extra protection outside of the boma. And so just in summary, from my proof of concept experiment, we've confirmed that this does in fact work in isolation. And then implementing them within bomas will have the added mitigation toolkit with the purpose of perhaps compounding this effect with the negative responses from pastoralists, livestock, guardian dogs associated with this keep out signal. Deterrent collars allow dawn and dusk protection for small stock. And then GPS collared leopards will look at the deterrent range on a broader scale and behavior shifts potentially. And then overall, bioboundary's goal is to lower predator presence such that livestock losses decrease and we see a decrease in retaliatory killing. And then a decrease in threat perception due to the lack of frequent visits from these carnivores, which could lead to a decrease in the call for predator eradication in anthropogenic areas. And overall, the goal is to increase the call for coexistence in this region. So thank you so much to all my collaborators and funding. Special shout out to Old Jogi and Botswana Predator Conservation Trust. Thank you.
Thanks, Annabella. Super interesting. Can think of all sorts of uses for that in my own household, I must say. I'm just wondering, so we've got a couple of minutes. We've got 1 minute for a question or two. If anybody's got any questions or comments, there's one over there, there's one in front here. So we can take those two questions quickly. Just put your hand up so that there was one in the middle. Oh, sorry, should I? Oh, here we go. Let's just quickly do this one.
Thanks. Sorry, lots of questions. Just a quick one. I was wondering about like the costs of this. Maybe if we were to compare it to other interventions.
So this chemical in bulk, you do have to buy it in bulk at the moment, but we are looking at commercialization because this is being tested in both Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, in one region. And so that's the next goal, is for commercialization of this chemical. But at the moment, for the 5-month period, I purchased 200 grams of this chemical, lasted throughout that time, and it was about $2,000. But again, you only need 1 milliliter of that chemical to protect one individual. And so over time, we're expecting that this will be a lower cost alternative.
Thank you very much. That was really fascinating. And that was actually my question, but I have another question. What do you think about if there's already an established territory there and then you put the smell out, would that have any impact on actually attracting the territorial animal?
Absolutely. That was a big concern of mine, especially because it is a male territorial scent mark that we're isolating this keep out signal from. I think the proof of concept experiment showed no attraction of competing male leopards, and that had a better chance of being within the same territory of an established leopard. However, I would see that in anthropogenic areas, we wouldn't see leopards have established territories only existing where people are. That would be the hope, at least. If you do have a highly habituated leopard spending all of this time in an anthropogenic area, I would recommend a stronger mitigation tool than placing the scent in that case. So I think just in the context of where we're placing these, I couldn't see that being too big of a concern with behavior shift.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. There were quite a few questions, but if you can just approach Annabella after the session, then I'm sure you can chat about that a whole lot more. Dorothy Kirimura is up next. I just wanted to check if she's around. I don't see her. Dorothy, not around? Do we have a talk for Dorothy? Anybody want to give Dorothy's talk? No. Okay. Okay. Maybe we'll just see if we can move on to the next one. Is Trevor around? Trevor was up. There comes Trevor. Trevor, it looks like we don't have a talk for you, so do you want to give Dorothy? Sounds like we've got your talk. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Trevor. Do you want to be mic'd up, or are you going to stand at the... Are you happy to stand at the podium? Yeah, I can stand. Okay. Perfect, great. So Trevor's going to be talking about foraging behavioral shifts of lions at the interface of reserve and cattle post landscapes. Thanks, and you've got 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Very excited to be here in front of you. Sorry, there's no, okay. A sec, please. Okay, all set. My name is Trevor Baloni. I'm from Botswana, and I work with Leopard Ecology and Conservation. It's an organization that was established in 2001. It has been doing long-term monitoring of leopard and lions. I joined it in 2021, and last year I got an opportunity to do a small project with Wild Crew's postgraduate diploma in international wildlife conservation practice. And this is a small project that I had a look into, and I wish to pursue it into a master's. I'm going to present what we found from the data exploration and what I intend to do for future work, modeling-wise. And the big problem, as we all know, that human encroachment is one of the leading drivers of overlapping, the spatial overlap of humans and animals is the leading cause of human-wildlife conflict. So that's why I took it upon me to do a project that focuses on the context of human-wildlife conflict, especially in the Kalahari ecosystem, where prey populations are very sparse, and the lions tend to find cattle as a more reliable food source and easy prey. And here will be, basically the background of the project is to understand how lions change their foraging behavior when inside the reserve compared to when they are in the cattle post landscapes. And we do this by looking at the telemetry data to study their movement. And on this project, I mainly seek to answer three main questions. And the questions that I seek to answer, do lions, do lions change their behavior between reserve and cattle post landscapes? Do lions select for different habitats while hunting near livestock areas? Or does feeding change near livestock or disturbance? And just to give you a context about our study area is Botswana. As you can see, Botswana is situated right in the middle of the Southern African region. It borders South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. We are just in the middle there. And our study area is the small one, which is about 2,500 square kilometers. And it's on the southern part of the Central Kalahari Game Reserve, which is about 52,000 square kilometers. And just to look a little bit closer into the study area, which is this one here, as you can see, these red dots here are the adjacent cattle posts, which are along the boundary here. And the study extends a little bit into the southern part of CKGR. And methods, our data collection relies heavily on two methods, which is GPS collar movement using QGIS, and also indigenous scent tracking skills, which we do for field site validation. And looking at the GPS clusters, this is a GPS cluster from the GPS collars from our study individuals. So a cluster is basically subsequent GPS points that are within a radius of 100 meters. And they signal that an animal is encamped, either resting, feeding, mating, or doing anything that could be associated with a stationary animal. Then this is followed by field site visits. When we get there, we rely most heavily on traditional taking skills to detect behaviors that might be difficult to detect using conventional methods or conventional advanced modern innovations. And here we normally collect data on whether they were the type of behavior and also the group composition, the number, the sex and age class. And also we collect data on the prey and the vegetation associated with the predation. And we do this mainly by looking at the spoor and the sign. A sign could be anything, could be scat, could be the carcass, could be scratches on the trees. And also just to give you a context on the movement in our study area, this is movement from one of our study animals. It's a collared adult male. As you can see, this right here is supposed to be a fence. And you can see that it's highly permeable, mostly due to illegal activities, damage from elephants, poor maintenance due to lack of resources by the department, and lions easily go through this fence to predate on livestock from this cattle post. And here is the predation hotspots. You can see that predations are concentrated where there's a high number of cattle posts here, and inside the reserve they are a bit more diffuse. They are concentrated around water holes, and yeah. And from the data that we collected, we can see that cattle makes a big portion of the lion diet. And also, as you can see here inside the game reserve, the kill sites are temporarily distributed overnight from dusk to dawn. And outside the reserve in the cattle post, they're a bit more nocturnal. They occur around 2 to 3. And here I was trying to get some insights on the energetic cost, hunting strategies, and risk response by looking at the movement leading towards a kill and also the movement at the kill site. So if a cluster is more compact, which we're looking at the mean distance of the cluster points to the centroid, it means that there was a bit of restriction of movement, either maybe trying to conceal themselves from disturbances, or maybe could be related to vegetation. Is something that we need to look into. But there was a difference between inside the reserve and in the cattle post landscapes. And also there was a difference across seasons. There were larger clusters in the wet season compared to the cool dry seasons. Could be due to change in vegetation, could be due to change in temperatures, because the wet season is usually hotter than the cool dry season. Predation sites, vegetation, I was looking into this, but this is a bit more raw because I wasn't looking into the proportion of what was chosen to what was available. But as you can see here, on both sides, they still prefer to go for the short open savanna. And it's important to look into vegetation because it also affects the hunting success, and also it could maybe explain the behavioral shifts better than human presence alone. And going forward, to answer the main questions, what I intend to do is the first question is, do lions change behavior between reserve and cattle post landscapes? To confirm that, I intend to incorporate hidden Markov models and coupled with validated kill sites to see the model accuracy. By doing this, I can identify behavioral time budgets and also probabilities of them being in a hunting site. In a hunting state while they are inside the reserve compared to while they are outside. Also, do lions select for different habitats while hunting near livestock? Here I seek to incorporate step selection functions associated with the hunting states. And also the last question, does feeding change behavior near livestock or disturbance? I'll look to do more advanced analysis on the cluster on the nature of the cluster, like the cluster radius in proximity to kettle post and cluster duration under certain vegetation or in proximity to roads. Well, insights into predation. Insights into predation on livestock can help design mitigation strategies and reduce retaliatory killings. It can inform a lot of management practices, and it can be used for community-based conservation programs, and could be used alongside other disease transmission studies to study how movement between these different landscapes could pose a risk. That's all. Thank you.
Great, Trevor, super interesting. Thank you very much. And really good timing. You've got a couple of minutes for questions. If anyone's got a question or a comment on that interesting presentation. So I've got one over there, Sam. Any more hands? Okay, let's start with Sam. And there's one at the back there.
Thank you very much, and lovely to see we've got Botswana here. Very nice. You know, we deal with these sort of human-wildlife conflict interfaces a lot. And there's always two elements to it. The first one is what you've described, describing how lions cause damage to cattle. But the real conflict is actually because there's different expectations between what rangers want and what communities want. And I'm just wondering if you've done any work in terms of co-developing a response to that problem there. Even if you didn't know anything about lions, the guys will tell you very quickly, the lions caught my cow here. You know, is there some sort of things about thinking, how do you co-develop and how do you actually work with the communities to find that solution rather than trying to find a solution for them? I don't know if you've done any experience on that. Just
yeah, that's true. Well, basically, the organization has a community outreach unit, which normally works very closely with the local communities, and it does even a lot of capacity building, like supporting some alternative methods to farming, and also being quick to help them identify the amount of damage they have incurred, and they can take it to the department to get compensation. And also there's a farmers workshop where they talk almost every month with the farmers, so they have insights of the level of conflict that is, and also inputs from the community at large.
Okay, great. Good answer. I think there was another one. Yeah, Stefan?
Yeah, I saw a presentation on similar kind of data, and it turns out that when lions cross a fence, they have a pretty good idea if they're being naughty or not. And they picked this up by looking at the rate at which they moved across the landscape. So when they were going off and hunting cattle, they would move in very quickly, make a kill, and get out as quickly as possible because they perceive the risk. Do you have any data to support that kind of behavior as well?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but were you asking if lions move faster across different landscapes or not?
Yeah, when they're busy hunting cattle, there's a risk to them. And in the other study that I've seen, they definitely moved very quickly if they had killed a cow.
Yeah, that's true. Using the GPS collars that we have, we could definitely compute the difference in the speed they use towards a kill and post the kill. So it's something that we can still derive from all the data that we have. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks so much. So everybody who speaks in my session gets a prize if they're amazing. Well done. And then I just forgot, it means you're also amazing, I just forgot. So I'm going to throw you yours. Whee! Okay. All right. You see, that's how I get people to talk in the sessions. Okay, just one more call for Dorothy, just in case she's back. No, okay. Well, that means it's me. Okay, can you hear me? Right, so I'm going to be talking about cattle. Cattle are important to people for a lot of different reasons, for economic and financial reasons, but also because of spiritual, many different types of livestock have got cultural and spiritual significance as well. And because cattle are important to people, they're important to us because people are important to us. Not just because we feel that it's important for sustainability to make sure that we are liked, I guess, by as many stakeholders as possible, but also because many of the things that threaten cattle are actually biodiversity related. So if we look at those threats, just want to check that out. Oh, there's the laser. There's a number of different things that threaten livestock in this landscape. It's not that easy to farm with cattle. And I'm just going to go over a couple of those in the format of a little bit of a story, just to tell you a little bit about how these things affect people and how we try and manage and mitigate some of the negative impacts from these. So I've spoken about damage-causing animals in the past, and we've heard a little bit about them this morning, but we've got a long history of lions and other predators escaping from the park and eating and killing livestock. And we've eventually gone through a whole big process and developed a compensation program, which we've been implementing for over 10 years with varying results. But we've compensated now for over 800 head of livestock. And it's just a really important tool in our relationship building basket. Not want to go into too many details here, but just to note that there has been a decline in the compensation claims. You can sort of see that graph is going down, and there's a couple of different reasons for that. But what I want to focus on a little bit more is disease and climate change and how that's affecting livestock farmers in this landscape. And just to remember that, the main tool that South Africa legislates disease is through the Animal Disease Act, and that's got massive implications for people living on the western boundary of Kruger. You'll probably be quite familiar with the red line. And what that essentially means is that anything that kind of crosses into that zone means that it can't really leave and go back to the livestock owner. So any cloven hoof livestock that cross into the park aren't really allowed to be returned to the livestock farmers themselves. They have to either go, if they can be captured, they can go to slaughter and people can get the benefits from the meat, or they just get euthanized in the park, depending on the circumstances. So that's got quite significant impacts on livestock farmers, considering the state of our western boundary fence. And that's another conversation for another day. But I just want to sort of take you through this example. This is a picture of a herd of cattle at Sable Dam. Those of you that know Sable Dam, it's in the north of the park, just to the east of Palabora, probably about 20 k's inside. And this was a nice big healthy herd of cattle drinking at Sable Dam. And of course, it caused a whole lot of consternation on Facebook. Not everyone loves cattle as much as I do. And it's not something that everyone likes seeing, when they're on a game drive. But anyway, so there was an effort to try and capture them, but unfortunately that failed. So 28 of them, those that could be, had to be euthanized. The owners were able to ID most of those cattle. Unfortunately, they had to be euthanized inside the park, which means the carcasses couldn't be used or slaughtered in the abattoir, and then they didn't get any benefits from the meat. We then also landed up compensating. We don't normally compensate for disease, only for livestock. Only for predation. So it cost us quite a lot of money, and it had massive negative impacts on relationships. This is not the first time this has happened. It's been happening for many, many years. There's lots of examples dating back from 1939, and we're busy doing a review of those. But I think the sort of point is that, because of legislation, it means that certain people can't practice the livelihoods that they would necessarily like to practice. And of course, it's with good reason, because of the disease legislation, which has got implications for the rest of the country and the world, as we're seeing recently in South Africa. So a little bit of a problem and some challenges around that. But then I just want to move a couple of months forward now to the 23rd of February. That was last year. Another nice big herd of cattle. This time they were on the Letaba River. Again, caused a little bit of trouble over social media with lots of solutions and suggestions. And we thought, well, this time we're not going to kill these cattle. We're going to do everything we can to capture them and at least then give people the benefit from having have their cattle slaughtered, remembering that a cattle is worth a lot more than just the value of the meat to people. But that was sort of the best we could offer based on the legislation. So we went through a massive effort. First, we tried to catch them. It was really hard. We then got our actual professional game capture team to come up there. Cost us quite a lot of money as well, and a lot of time, and a couple of efforts. We had our chopper, herd these cattle in, and eventually we caught, how many did we catch? We caught 17 out of the 30. The others, I don't know where they are right now. They've disappeared. And it cost us over 100,000 Rand to do this little exercise. And then, of course, the whole idea was that people then could then go and claim the money for the meat, but then only one of those cows was claimed. So nobody actually knew who owned those cows. So, you know, that was also kind of a couple of lessons learned around there. But we're working with the farmers to try and understand processes around herding, really just to understand how do cows land up, these really valuable assets for people. How do they land up in the park without people knowing sort of where they are? So we've done a little bit of work around that, and one of the ways in which we try to understand that was to visit some farmers where it's not happening. So these are the Welferdent livestock farmers. And we just went to sort of start with them and say, well, you know, this is what the challenges we're having in the north. What do you think? And that conversation didn't last very long because the Welferdent farmers all herd their cattle and they keep them at their homes at night. So they didn't really understand why no one else is doing that. But their concern at the time was to do with drought. So these interviews were done in March last year, 25. And what the farmers said to us is that, well, their big challenge is they've lost huge amounts of cattle in December 2024 during the drought. And I was like, flip, how did I not know there was a drought? No one in Kruger is talking about a drought. But the farmers were all like, oh, there was this huge drought. We lost all these cattle. So we said, okay, well, we'll help you and work with you to document the impacts of this so that we can try and understand what's happening. So we started collecting data from the farmers. Those are just the Welferdent bee farmers. Each little column there is a farmer, and the blue is the amount of cattle that they lost during the drought of 2024. Some people own more cattle than others. 91 farmers lost cattle in that month, between 1 and 14 cows each, which was between 4 and 88% of herds. And on average, 30% of the Welferdent herd died, which is a huge amount of cows. So we were just trying to understand. Of course, we know that that has a massive economic as well as a psychological impact, and just interviewing some of the farmers around some of those impacts and trying to understand. I mean, there was even people that said that, you know, they suffered illness themselves because of the impact on their cattle. So this is Jerry. And we approached Jerry to try and understand, get a little bit of an idea of long-term changes. Has this ever happened before? The drought we all talk about is the 2014 drought in Kruger, when a lot of animals died. And when I spoke to the farmers, they were like, no, they didn't lose many cattle in 2014. So that really just didn't make sense. So we've been trying to collect data just to try and understand what's happening. This is cattle deaths from May 2015, as far back as the records that I can get at the moment. We have got a few more now. That's how many cows died in those different months over that time frame. I haven't included the December 24. You can see there's November, just because the scale was going to be an issue. So now I've included December 24, and I had to adjust the scale, and that's the cattle deaths from December 24. So it is a big deal. It did happen. And, you know, this is something that we're still trying to understand based on data. It wasn't just in Welferdent. It was in other areas, certainly north of Palabora as well. People lost a lot of cattle. Families of our own staff members lost cattle. And we're just trying to understand what happened. So looking at a couple of things, this is some of Tony's data. He also works in Welferdent. So it doesn't seem to be related to annual rainfall. We're going to have to look more deeply in the rainfall, look at the timing between rainfall events and the length of the dry season and those sort of things. Not always easy to get that sort of information, but we're working on that. Looking at numbers, looks like the cattle numbers are slowly sort of have been increasing over time, but not necessarily in a way that would lead to those sort of deaths. And then also not really much happening in the veld condition and the grass biomass that would lead you to suggest that it could have led to those sort of deaths. So we don't really know at this stage, but it's just quite interesting to look at what some of these drivers might be. Any questions around these, you can ask Tony. So at the moment, we're filling in some of these missing gaps. We're looking at the rainfall, trying to understand what's happening in some of the other areas. and doing this together with the livestock farmers so that together we can try and understand what's happening in the system. Because I think, like sort of the question was asked earlier, there's so much knowledge within the people themselves, within these landscapes, that the best way of being able to sort of learn together is to work together and try and understand some of these things. With the idea that you want to try and look at how this sort of information can lead you to understanding and being able to predict some of these early warning sort of systems under the context of climate change. So what was kind of crazy is that was almost a year ago, and almost a year later, we had these floods that I think you've heard about this morning and a little bit yesterday. Also in some of these areas that were really badly affected by the drought. And we've been kind of trying to now understand the impact of the floods. So another kind of big infrequent event as a result of climate change, just to be able to look at how we can try and support people on the ground with information that would enable them to predict and prevent some of the damage. So we're doing an impact assessment there, interviewing people. And just to kind of finish off, there are still 49 ladies that are living in the church at Makuva as a result of that big flood that happened, I think it's like nearly 8 weeks ago now. Because their houses completely washed away. So they're all still living together in a church, waiting for, I don't know, like government to help them with housing or to come up with some sort of solution. This lady, Eva, she actually managed to save her child that night by putting the little newborn baby in a bucket with a lid on, and she had the bucket on her head. And as this massive river kind of just raged through their village, it was up to the height of the top of the houses. So she was clinging onto burglar bars outside her house with her baby in a bucket on her head. And she kept having to open the lid just to make sure that it didn't suffocate in the bucket. So these are the sort of stories that nobody knows. And that's what we're going to try and just document, because we think it's something that, that lasts with you for a very long time. This is Rulani, who saved these two old ladies. This lady is blind and deaf, and she's 105, and that's her daughter. But he sort of managed to save them by tying an irrigation pipe onto a bed stand and hooked it against one of the houses. It was also the whole side of it had collapsed, and then used that pipe to kind of go and find them in this raging river. He can't swim either, and then carried them all out on his shoulders as well. So that's just some of the other work that we're doing, and we'll report more on that next week. But I think it's all about the impact of climate change. It's happening, and empowering our people with information that can help them to predict and protect themselves, I think is something that we can contribute towards. Okay. Oh, yay, no time for questions. So I think if you want to ask any questions, you're welcome to. I'd love to hear from you, so you can chat to me afterwards. And next up, we have somebody else. And I just think mine was fabulous. I love my chocolate. Okay, so we actually have a lucky draw. Hey, the fun never stops in this session. Oh, I have to do it. And the winner of the lucky draw it's Bob. Bob Mandinyeng. Oh, no. You're not Bob. Where's Bob? I saw him earlier. He was sitting there. He is. Yeah. Bob, you can come and get your gift. You're the lucky winner of a lucky draw gift. Okay, the next winner, lucky person, is Henrik Lehman. Henrik and Lehman are they here? Oh, there we go. Well done. You're the second winner. Okay, Lucretia Aguilar is the next speaker. Great. Okay, we are all sorted. So, Lucretia, you're going to be talking about cats-cattle communities, exploring multi-viewpoint patterns in human lion dynamics for improved coexistence. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. And I did change the alliteration to an L alliteration because I saw that there was C alliteration in the previous talk. But my name's Lucrecia Aguilar. I'm a PhD candidate in the Davies Lab at Harvard University. And it's really a pleasure to be here with you all in such a beautiful place. I'm really excited to talk to you today about our multi-viewpoint approach to studying human lion dynamics. So as we've heard throughout this session, socio-ecological systems, which are ecosystems with human dimensions included, are really complex. And even in a place like Kruger, that's a protected area, we've heard about how there are human dimensions included. And in these socio-ecological systems, we have a multitude of human-wildlife dynamics. And human-wildlife dynamics I define as interactions among people and wildlife, which can be direct or indirect, positive, neutral, or negative, that happen across scales and lead to fluid states of conflict or coexistence. And these can occur across scales of time and space, levels of biological organization, and perspectives of human and non-human actors. So human-wildlife dynamics and conflict have been described as a so-called wicked problem. And these are multifaceted issues that involve trade-offs and do not have simple solutions. And human-carnivore conflict in particular can be very potent and prevalent due to things like resource overlap, trophic proximity, and emotional elicitation. And conflict is often brought about by three major direct negative interactions. These are livestock depredation, predator casualties, and human casualties. And these conflicts can have really detrimental effects for all of the groups in this diagram. So it's really important that we understand these dynamics and we come up with adaptive solutions. So for my PhD research, I'm taking a multi-viewpoint approach to studying human lion dynamics. And this means that I'm looking at, I'm using interdisciplinary methodologies to look at these dynamics across scales and perspectives. So from the top down, we've done a literature review and meta-analysis of patterns in human lion dynamics across Africa over the past 45 years. And then working from the bottom up, we're collecting data on individual lions, livestock, and humans at a single site to look at individual and group level variation and how that is affecting human lion dynamics. So as a carnivore biologist, I tend to look at things from the top down first. So today we're going to talk about the meta-analysis project for the most part, but I would really love to talk to you more about our work tracking lions, livestock, and people in collaboration with local communities at another time. So to start, we found about 1,500 literature sources, which include reports and books that we collected through a Web of Science topic search and then citation trails from that search. About 550 of these ended up really being about human lion dynamics. I wasn't so interested in the lionfish papers. And then out of these, we were only able to get quantifiable data on interaction incidents from about 85 publications, because we needed to be able to standardize those incident numbers. And to do that, we collected both the incident numbers for livestock depredation, predator casualties, and human casualties, as well as information on the study area and the time period covered. We also collected definitions of conflict, coexistence, and interactions. And with the help of undergrad Angel Zhang, we did a thematic analysis on these definitions, which I'm not going to go into in detail here, but essentially we found very, very few definitions of coexistence and interactions. Conflict definitions were extremely variable, and many papers had no definitions at all. So finally, we used a number of incidents, the study area, and the time period covered to create a standardized conflict rate. And it's called conflict rate rather than interaction rate because we only had data on negative interactions. So starting with temporal trends, with a lot of work by intern Lauren Yeager, we were able to look at trends in number of publications over time. And what we see in the all human lion dynamics publications is an increase since 1995, as well as two major dips, one being around 2009 and one in 2020, which correlate with large socioeconomic crises around the world. Interestingly, we don't see these dips, or they are much less severe in other bibliometric studies of human-wildlife dynamic publications or publications in ecology and evolution. When we look at actual conflict rates, across all three interaction types, we see no significant trends over time. Now, when we look at trends across space, these maps are showing you mean conflict rate at each site polygon. So we were able to get conflict rates across 13 countries and about 30 landscapes. And you see that for livestock depredation, there's clustering around the Kaza conservation area in southern Africa, and then in the Serengeti, Mara, and Maasai steppe ecosystems up in East Africa. When we look at lion casualties, it's a little more spread out. But we do see that some very high lion casualties up here in East Africa. And interestingly, we see that there's some non-proportional rates between livestock depredation and lion casualties. So for example, in Ethiopia, we see pretty low to mid-range rates of predator casualties or lion casualties, but high rates of livestock depredation. And then with human casualties, the rates are generally quite low. We do see a clustering of higher rates in southeastern Tanzania, which has been shown previously by Craig Packer and others. But we see a couple hotspots that are lesser well known, including one in Ethiopia up here and one down in Zambia. And then finally, we wanted to look at how different socio-ecological predictors may impact conflict rate across the three different interaction types. So with the help of undergrad Summer Smentek and Ellie Fithian, we collated data sets for each of these different variables using global publicly available data sets, and then also further literature review. And then we use generalized linear mixed models to model conflict rate with combinations of these different variables, interactions, and a random site effect. So here are the results from the best fit model for livestock depredation. And here you're seeing in green outline, you're seeing the variables that were significant. So a couple things I want to note here. We see that livestock depredation increases as conditions get wetter. And from the literature, it's possible that this is happening because wild prey have increased body condition during greener conditions. They're also less reliant on limited water sources. And this means that they're harder for lions to catch, and lions may switch to livestock prey. We do see examples of this across the literature, and we see examples of the opposite, where sometimes depredation rate is higher in drier periods, especially in areas where there is migratory prey. And then we see livestock depredation rates go down with increased livestock biomass and down with increased tree cover. And these results are more nuanced and a little bit less expected, so we're still parsing through what they mean, and I would be very happy for any thoughts. But it's particularly interesting in light of some recent results from senior theses that show that livestock and boma building pastoralists in Laikipia are choosing for areas of higher cover. And then for the lion casualty models, we see that lion casualty rate go down with decreased corruption. Government corruption. So this, I suspect, is happening because with better governance, you have better enforcement of anti-poaching regulations. And then with increased livestock biomass, we see increased lion casualty rates. And I suspect that this is due to increased retaliatory killing for real or perceived threat to livestock. And given that we saw in the previous slide that livestock depredation actually decreases with increased livestock biomass, I suspect that perceived threat is having a big impact here. Finally, for the human casualty models, the null model won out, which is probably partially due to a much smaller sample size. But I just want to note here that for all the interaction types, we see a high level of intersite variation. And this is an important time to note that there are two major things that we were not able to take into account with our socio-ecological predictors. One is behavioral diversity and one is cultural diversity among both humans and non-humans. So this speaks to the importance of both site-specific research and understanding both the human and non-human dimensions. So to wrap up, when we have wicked problems in complex systems, a multi-viewpoint approach is warranted to understanding them. We see that at broad scales, human-lion conflict rates seem to vary more with space than with time, as we see a high level of intersite variation. And then we see that both ecological and human-related factors are important in our models when trying to predict and understand what's driving human-lion conflict. And this speaks to the importance of studying both together. So we sometimes see studies on ecology or studies on sociology or human dimensions of human-wildlife dynamics, but it's really important to study these together so that we can understand what needs to be done to improve human-wildlife coexistence and conservation. So thank you so much to all of these people who were involved in the meta-analysis and my Laikipia fieldwork, and thank you all for listening.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. That was really interesting. It would be very cool to look at some of those trends in the Kruger, compare those to some of the Kruger data. You also get a chocolate. Well done. I don't think we've got time for any questions, but maybe if people can approach you afterwards, then yeah, you can have a chat then. Thanks so much. Okay, next up we've got Lucy Chimes, who's going to be talking about dehorning. Thanks, Lucy.
Cool. Hi, everyone. So I'm Lucy. I'm a PhD student based at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And so my PhD is focusing primarily on the impacts and effectiveness of rhino dehorning. I presented last year on the impacts of dehorning on reproduction. And so this year I'm going to talk a bit more about its effectiveness in reducing poaching. Oh, sorry. I forgot I have to do this. So the first thing I wanted to just say is that this research actually couldn't be possible without all these partners that have been involved. Actually, the majority of the data has all been collected by people, well before my time across sites all over Southern Africa. So I've just collated the data, but all of these people have really been amazing in helping pull the data together. And actually, I've been amazed that so many of them have been willing to give the data to me. So just a massive thank you to all the sites. So just a brief bit of background. I think everybody's aware that rhinos get poached and that's all very bad, and what are we doing about it? So one of the biggest things being used sort of more recently and increasingly is rhino dehorning. So essentially how it works is you have obviously your horned rhino here. And so what we do is we immobilize the rhino and then we remove the majority of the horn here. We just cut just above the growth plate here. And this reduces the quantity of horn and so the financial value of that horn, and therefore it theoretically reduces poaching incentive. One of the big problems with this is you do need to redo it every 18 to 24 months because the horn does regrow. But it's one of the sort of more widely used techniques that's kind of growing quite quickly. So there was a big study done in the Greater Kruger, which was published last year, which I think some of you have seen presentations on, which was a massive collaborative study, and they looked at a whole different bunch of rhino anti-poaching strategies that were used, and they found really strong evidence that dehorning was super effective in reducing poaching. They actually found a 78% reduction in poaching after dehorning was implemented. And if anyone wants to read more about it, it's a really, really amazing paper, and you can read it in Science. But what they also found was that some dehorned rhinos were still poached. So what we wanted to look at was building on this study a little bit. And so we had questions like, do we still see this at other sites? The Greater Kruger is obviously quite a unique system. Do we see this effectiveness elsewhere? Is this reduction in poaching actually long-term, or is it just more of an immediate reduction as it's implemented? Is dehorning protective to individual rhinos? So does it matter on an individual level how much growth each rhino has, or is it more about dehorning implementation at the site level? And then finally, what happens when more and more sites start dehorning and you run out of these sort of horned populations in the landscape. So to do this, we used 13 years worth of data from 2012 to 2024, which kind of captures some of the heaviest poaching years. And we included data from 91 sites across 4 different countries. We actually have a permit that's been approved by Botswana as well, but we're still waiting for that data. And we included data for, it was 10,500 dehorning operations and almost 8,500 poaching mortalities. And just to give an idea of scale, this actually included 76% of the total reported poaching mortalities for Southern Africa for that period. And Southern Africa is one of the sort of the heaviest place for poaching at the moment. So it really was quite a wide scale study. And then in terms of the proportion of the population we studied, this is a graph just showing the proportion of the Southern African population that was encompassed in this study per year. It goes down slightly just because Kruger's population has decreased quite a bit. But yeah, in 2024, 63% of the total population was included in our study. So just looking at first on an individual level, we took a subset of sites for which we had individual level data, so we knew each rhino had been dehorned on a specific date. And then we looked each year at the time since that individual rhino had been dehorned, and then we calculated its probability of being poached across the different sites. And what we found was for both black rhinos and white rhinos, we found this exponential increase in the probability of that individual being dehorned. We only looked up to 8 years just because most rhinos on average were re-dehorned every 2 to 3 years. But yeah, we did find this massive increase, which suggests that even at dehorned sites, it's super important to regularly dehorn those individuals, and the actual individual rhino horn regrowth rate is super important. So then we looked at a site level. So this was a very similar analysis to what they did in the Greater Kruger, but we just included more sites. And basically what we did is we sort of centered the data over the year of the first year that they implemented dehorning. So we looked at the poaching rate before in black and white rhinos. So we found this increase in poaching rate leading up to the implementation of dehorning here. And then once dehorning was implemented, that poaching rate started to drop away. It's a little bit flatter in black rhinos, but I think that's just because the poaching rate didn't actually peak as high as it did in white rhinos, but really is indicating the same kind of findings, that this change in poaching rate at the point of dehorning, which is very reassuring. But what was really interesting, which they didn't have the data to look at in the previous study, was not only did the poaching rate change, but the population growth rate also changed. So we found the sort of converse of this. We found that leading up to this point of dehorning here with the dotted line, we had the annual population growth rate trend was declining in both black and white rhinos at each site. And then at the point of dehorning, this changed and started to increase again. So we're finding that not only is poaching rate changing, but the population growth rate is also changing, which is really, really reassuring. But then the bigger question is, beyond the sites that are implementing dehorning, how is this working actually on a species Southern African scale? So I'll explain with my graphic here. So this is kind of my sort of hypothetical mechanism that I thought might be happening. So if you have 2 populations that have similar poaching rates, or in this case, the same poaching rates, so these indicate poached rhinos, if you then implement dehorning at one site and no dehorning at another site, you would expect your poaching rate to go down, which this would indicate it does. It's unlikely to drop to 0. You always might have some poaching, but you see a decrease. But what we were suggesting might possibly happen is that instead of your net overall poaching decreasing, you're just displacing this poaching down to this site. And so then there's increased poaching at this horned population. We didn't know if this was the case, but this is kind of what we were hypothesizing based on some field observations. So just bear with me with this. So what we did was we looked at the predicted poaching rate for dehorned and horned sites relative to what proportion of sites had implemented a dehorning program. So this scale here is the proportion of our study sites that have a dehorning program, and this is the poaching rate. And so in yellow is the dehorned sites. So when you have no sites dehorned, your predicted poaching rate, if you yourself are dehorned, is very high, which is a bit counterintuitive, but basically if no one else is dehorning, you're the only place dehorning, it's probably because your poaching is very high. But if we zoom in a little bit and crop out that sort of early bit, once you hit like 20% of sites dehorning, you see your poaching rate at dehorned sites is decreasing, which is really reassuring and what you would expect, that you're declining in poaching. But what we see at the same time is your predicted poaching rate at your horned populations is increasing. So this is suggesting some potential displacement, like we were expecting, of poaching from dehorned to horned sites. But then we see at about this sort of 50% of sites being dehorned, we see the reverse effect. We're starting to see the poaching rate increase at dehorned sites again, and then the poaching rate is decreasing at horned sites. And so what this is really showing is, so the dot, just to say, the dotted line is actually indicating what proportion of our study sites are dehorned. So anything beyond that line is just a projection. We don't have data for that. But what this is indicating is at this point, the poachers are now starting to prefer to poach dehorned rhinos, even though there's still horned rhinos left in the landscape. So there's something about those horned sites that is so unattractive to poachers, they're still choosing to go for dehorned rhinos, possibly because their security is very good, maybe they're small sites, we're not sure, but we really need to be looking at what is it about those sites that makes them so unattractive to poachers. But yeah, so we tested this along with, we're still working on this is quite preliminary results, but we've accounted for things like rhino density, the density of human populations around the border of the sites, things like that. I also looked at, I'm just checking my notes, the size of the sites and the management type. And this was a significant change in trend in both cases, with this increasing and decreasing, and then the opposite effect. So we still need to do work, but this is sort of quite early indication of this displacement taking place. So just to conclude, what do all these results mean? So we found that on an individual level, it's super important that that regular dehorning is maintained, because the more regrowth a rhino has, the more risk they are at being poached. That the trend in poaching and population growth is both changing at the point of dehorning. So on an individual site level, it is showing a high indication of effectiveness. But that we're finding that as more and more sites start dehorning, and therefore you're running out of horned populations for rhino poachers to potentially move to, the poaching rate is increasing at horned sites, which is showing some early indication of poaching displacement from dehorned to horned sites, which is possibly suggesting that at a species level or a Southern African scale, we need to relook at actually how effective it is. But those are very preliminary results, and I'm definitely not saying everyone should stop dehorning. We need to do a lot of work on that. So the next steps, we're just going to include these additional sites from Botswana, and then look more into this idea of effectiveness and metapopulation displacement. Just looking at optimal proportions to dehorn, although again, this is sort of indicating that as many as possible is best. Individual species considerations, white rhinos and black rhinos are very different. Black rhinos are often harder to find just because of the type of vegetation they live in. They live in small groups. Maybe you need to dehorn fewer of them than white rhinos. And then the other drivers of poaching, obviously there's a number of other things involved, including poverty, security, that kind of thing. And finally, we want to hold workshops with all the different stakeholders to develop recommendations and guidelines. And yeah, that's everything. And I just want to say again, thank you to everyone that's contributed data. It was definitely a massive team project. And if there's time, I'm happy to take any questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Lucy. So interesting. There is time. We've got a couple of minutes, seconds for questions. Anybody got any questions around the dehorning? There's one.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I just have a question for you and maybe for the general public, but I'm just wondering whether any research has been done on finding a way to actually block the growth of the horn one is being dehorned. Is there any one that were tested there? Is there anything that can be administered to rhinos so the horn doesn't grow back?
I'm aware of one sort of survey that was being done to gauge the potential for, it was a veterinary study where they were considering potentially like permanently removing the horn at the growth plate. But that was very recently that I saw a survey, and they were kind of gauging thoughts on it before they went ahead, and I didn't hear any feedback from that. I think there was some concern around that because although my other study is finding there's no sort of negatives so far of dehorning, at the end of the day, we don't want to be viewing dehorning as a long-term solution. You know, it's quite a drastic thing to be doing. And, you know, rhinos can live for 30 years. And if in 10 years time, you know, this kind of has passed, you don't want to then be sitting with a whole population of dehorned rhinos. Or suddenly you find out that it is detrimental to their welfare and you can't do anything about it. But I don't think there's been anything done sort of beyond that initial survey.
Great, thanks. Good question. Thanks. I think that's it. There weren't any other questions. You can chat to Lucy later. Well done. That was amazing. Okay, next up, I think we've got Michelle Henley. Is that right? Yeah. Michelle's going to talk about elephant coexistence and holistic approaches to that. No one better to tell us about that. Thanks, Michelle.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to be telling you about moving human-elephant conflict to coexistence and our holistic strategy that we've implemented. So we've been collaring elephants for 28 years, and it's quite amazing to see that those collared elephants move over an area the size of Germany. And this area, the Transfrontier Conservation Area, which also includes 2 transfrontier areas, have about 12%, or actually more than 12% of the continental population. And it includes 4 countries, 2 transfrontier conservation areas, 6 national parks, and 19 smaller protected areas. What's even more interesting is that the protected areas within this landscape are only the size of Croatia, over which these elephants are moving, and that represents 40% of the total range that these elephants are moving over. And there's some literature that also supports our findings in that 76% of elephants are found to move across boundaries, national boundaries, and more than half of Africa's elephants are actually found outside of protected areas. So what does this actually mean? It means that human-elephant conflict is here to stay, and it's probably going to increase, especially in the southern states where we've got expanding populations. So to demonstrate what we're doing in terms of trying to address human-elephant conflict, I'm going to take you to our demonstration site, Palabeni, which is on the western border of Mtunkulu Game Reserve. And the Mtunkulu Game Reserve was bestowed to the Mtunkulu people in 1968. And there's no formal management or staff running that reserve. There's about 384 households within the Palabeni community. And at a site that we're working at called Kangirikani, we've got 30 women and 11 men and 15 youth that are busy working the land to try and produce food. But there's been a constant history of elephants breaking the fences or the fences not being maintained. And also the recent floods have absolutely exacerbated the situation. So I'm now going to hand over to my colleague who will tell you a little bit about 2 of the methods that we use for immediate protection of assets and human safety.
Thank you, Michelle. So from 2023, we have started working at Palabeni community, but concentrating more on our demonstration site, which we christened with a new name called Ndlovugurula, meaning elephant peace. And we've partnered with K2C, who appointed 4 elephant stewards to patrol the outskirts of the village. And the 4 personnel that were employed were from the Palabeni village. And their one of their main role was to record the elephant activities within the area. And Elephants Alive has erected 4 lower cost non-incoming generating barrier in a form of chili rack fence, which was first tested and developed in Tanzania, and metal strips fence, which were first tested in Kenya, and flashing lights that we source out in South Africa and were first tested in Botswana. And we also use the production of smelly elephant repellent, which was first tested in Uganda, where we mixed oil and elephant dung and ginger and garlic and chilies, and we spray around the crops of the demonstration site that we work with. For 28 years, we have been collaring elephants, and 6 elephants have been collared in Palau Beni, and we still have 2 more permits to collar in that area. And by collaring this elephant, we want to provide immediate situational awareness. We also have a reactive rapid response unit that is based at Hoedspruit in our headquarters. EA has trained K2C elephant steward to become elephant shepherds, and we continuously train and improve practical skills in managing or handling elephants within the APNR and in the communities we work with. And because this method that we are using to mitigate these elephants, it's a continuous a process, and it continuously needs some refining there and there when we use them and see that we need to change them. So we continue coming up with new skills and developing new methods. So this side, then you can see the mitigation tools, which are non-lethal, that our elephant shepherds are using when they deter elephants from the communities and in the APNR. And the success rate of elephant shepherds in the APNR during the year of 2025, it is 99%, which shows us that the methods are effective. So that map there, it shows us the home range of 2 of the 6 elephants we've collared 2 years ago near Palau Beni. And recently, with the floods that we had, we received a call about 3 weeks ago from the community of Palau Beni and the surrounding communities to say that there are herds of elephants that are cooperating in their fields. And we had to send our shepherd team to go and assist in the village. So that picture there, amongst the heads, then there were 2 out of the 6 that we have collared in Palau Beni area. And it took our elephant shepherds 5 mitigation interventions to be able to displace them back to the protected area.
Okay, so I'm going to continue telling you a bit about the longer term strategies that we have, and that is ensuring that people that have to live with wildlife that might be problematic is experienced as a bonus and not a burden. So we've also got another soft barrier. So we like to have a dual system that can generate income. And thanks to the wonderful work of Dr. Lucy King and her beehive fences, which has been rolled out to 20 countries throughout the world, you get great results because you get bee careful elephants because they are scared of bees. You also get wonderful pollinators that can increase the production of both your unpalatable crops and your food crops. And you also get raw organic honey. You can make value-added products from that. So we've made lip balms, wax wraps for wrapping food up in, and honey-infused soaps. And then, of course, there's employment after training and training people to keep bees. Then we also started looking at what are high value or high market value products that can be experimented with to generate a diversity of income for people that are vulnerable. And so we did some really fun experiments over 2 months with the semi-habituated elephants near Hoedspruit, where we exposed them to 31 different plant species that have high market value. And we were trying to look at which are palatable and which are unpalatable to the elephants and rate them accordingly in cafeteria-style experiments. And we had some fantastic study animals. So we used three elephants, but one of the elephants, his name is Sabakwe, he left us no doubt when he was having an unpalatable crop. He would either throw it, I don't know if you can make the video, he would either throw it over his shoulder or he would put the bucket on his hat, on his head, and then walk to the next experiment. But at the end of the day, we got a couple of plants that are really unpalatable to elephants. And the plan is to plant them and then to harvest, to create essential oils. So we've done this locally at our headquarters, but we want to roll it out now, and we've tested the market as well. So producing essential oils and also hydrosols. And we've also experimented with medicinal plants which are valued to communities but also have a market value. And of course, chili is always a winner because elephants dislike chili, and you can create chili sauces. There's a whole market chain around chilies alone. But the most important thing, and I think this is what people forget about when dealing with communities, is actually building relationship. So in 2019, we were told which conflict sites had the highest conflict with wildlife. And we started a program where we took the grandmothers from the community called the Ndlovu Gogo program, so the elephant grandmothers. And we would take them on bush camping experiences and rekindle their passion for living close to the land, and also provide them with educational material, understand the medicinal plant usage that they still know about. And then we realized with questionnaire surveys that one gogo influences the lives of 18 younger people. So we've had about 500 gogos on our program since 2019, but the ripple effect of that is actually really large. And because we care about them holistically, and we want to show that they are actually the pillars of strength of society, we also take them on a monthly basis to the clinic so that we can look after them in a holistic way. And then for the youth, we've got a youth literacy program where we've got an elephant comic that we've developed. We've got a book, we've got teacher lesson plans and activity books for the pupils, and we've rolled that out to 1,000 pupils in these conflict sites. So we're not only working in Palabeni. In South Africa, we're working in 5 sites, and we've done a lot of this work in Mozambique as well. So the last way in which you can also benefit the community At each conflict site, we also build watchtowers. So that one photo shows the Gogos celebrating the tower that was built at Palabeni. And the tower has 2 stories. So the top story is actually used for spotlighting at night to keep elephants away from the crops. But it also has posters, educational posters about various mitigation methods put on the sides of the upper deck. And it becomes a very important meeting place for the community. And then the bottom story, because if you're processing honey, you do need a small contained area to protect yourself from angry bees. So there's a honey processing room at the bottom, and then a bigger storage room for all those non-income generating barriers that Danao told you about. And then once again, partnering with Kruger to Canyon, they are developing hiking trails, homestays, cultural tours, and training guides so that communities can understand how the environment, if it's left semi-undeveloped, can also bring in a different form of income. So what are the results? So before we got to Palabeni, there were 26 elephants shot by the provincial administration as damage-causing animals. In the 2 years that we've been busy there hasn't been 1 animal shot. And the great win for us is that the community, when they've got a problem elephant, they call elephants alive shepherds to come and chase the elephant out. So we also feel that we're busy diminishing a burden of the provincial administration logistically by helping them get elephants out of crops, especially because of the fence damages of late. Thank you, everybody. This work would not be possible if it wasn't for a big collaboration amongst various NGOs and sandparks.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks so much. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's not any time for questions, but if you can just chat to Michelle later. And next up, we've got Montague Murray, who's going to talk about his work within ANOVA in low-income households. So we're looking forward to your talk. Thanks, Montague.
Thank you, Louise. I'm going to talk to you about the tough task of working towards mega living landscapes, learnings from transdisciplinary work in dense low-income settlements. SANSPARK's vision for 2040 is people and nature thriving together in sustainable mega living landscapes. What they try to say with that actually is that outside parks, what happens outside parks is just as important as what happens in the inside. And they want to recognize ordinary South Africans and especially also communities on the fringes of the park. They want to recognize that they are also going to have to play an important role in conservation going forward. And the idea is also that the mega living landscapes assist or help with creating jobs, local entrepreneurs, and education. By taking a vision like this, SANParks gives greater prominence to conservation as a human development challenge. And if human development is the process whereby individuals and societies transition to a qualitatively better state, it implies that where communities in mega living landscapes are not yet thriving, development work is needed if these communities has to transition to a qualitatively better state by 2040. So SANPark's vision is written in quite optimistic language, to some extent quite idealistic, but one expects that from a vision. A vision has to be inspiring. But what I would like to argue today is that it's going to be a tough task to work towards this vision. And I base the notion on my own experience in development work. I've been working at NOVA since 2000 on larger scale development programs. And we've also some theoretical reflections. It's worked out a bit more thoroughly in a book that we just published in December. The title of the book is Development in the Anthropocene, the tough task of working towards planetary well-being with low-income households. The book is also freely available online. You can just Google development in the Anthropocene if you're interested. But why is development then of communities in mega living landscapes going to be tough? Now, obviously there's, one of the previous speakers talked about a wicked problem. Obviously it's a difficult topic, and obviously there's many things that one can list, but I'm just going to focus on 4 reasons for the talk today. The first one, gathering evidence demands effort and insight. Co-creation takes time. Implementation involves exceptional effort, and accurate reporting requires integrity. So firstly, gathering evidence demands effort and insight. So what you have here is an Euler diagram here on the left-hand side, and it shows the way in which household stacks energy in one of the South African townships where we were working. Now, the big circle is basically that 84% electricity. So 84% of households have access to electricity in this community. But what you will see is that basically in the gray LPG, blue paraffin, yellow is wood, and red coal, households with electricity also stack all these other energy carriers. And where it overlaps, it means that they're stacking more than one energy carrier. Now, if you look at the data of the national census, they only have a question, what type of energy fuel does this household mainly use for cooking? So if you, for example, look at census data, you will think that 84% of households in that community uses electricity. But you will miss very important information if you want to, for example, address the difficult problem of the households using coal for domestic purposes. So the reason why people use coal, you see there, is actually not for cooking because they have electricity. It's for space heating because it's cheaper to warm your house with coal. And so thermal comfort is basically the driver there. So if you try and eliminate coal use by taking a cook stove to those households, for example, you're addressing the wrong driver because households are not using coal because they want to cook. It's for thermal comfort. So this is just an example to show that sometimes you need detailed information and detailed indicators to properly plan for an intervention. And that sandparks, obviously, in terms of the bigger living landscapes, will have to carefully think when they plan interventions. Co-creation takes time. We started working on a solution also for domestic coal, the top-down one, in 1998. And you'll see there's it's a very small, sorry about that, but there's the conventional way of lighting the fire. It smokes a lot when you light like that. But by just lighting the fire from the top down, you can basically decrease the emissions, or the fire burns more than 85% cleaner. We started working on that in 1998, but we only implemented in 80,000 households by 2010. So that was 12 years later. Similarly, we worked with a number of large industries on solutions since 2006. And ultimately, Sasol implemented in about 6,000 households in 2018. We recently went back, and 8 years later, the retention rate was still 97% of homes were still coal-free. So the intervention was very, very, very effective for these kind of programs. And now the minister has ordered Eskom to implement more than 90,000 households. I don't think they will reach that number, but that was what the minister actually asked them to do. But once again, it took quite a long time since all the intervention development started, since the time then that we implemented. But I also want to say sometimes it can be much quicker. We recently developed a waste solution or co-created one with communities and waste pickers in less than, or basically in 2 years. So it can be quicker, but most of the time co-creation can take time. Then implementation involves exceptional effort. So there are reasons why businesses and jobs are scarce in low-income areas. It's difficult to work there. just to take one example of waste also, there's not a lot of value in waste. So it's not possible to start a sustainable waste business in a low-income area just by using the value of the waste. It's not viable. So it's difficult. And then it's also difficult to operate where services are absent, and sometimes additional measures has to be made. For example, if you want to store equipment or tools, sometimes you need additional security, which can be expensive. And then lastly, it's also very often a legal minefield, in the sense that if an area is illegal or maybe not proclaimed, it's very difficult sometimes to formally work there, because the moment you start working there, you also become responsible for things. So it's a very difficult context. Then accurate reporting requires integrity. And I just want to use two examples here. So sometimes things also does not work or do not work. And sometimes you also realize there's unintended trade-offs. And when that happens, I think the right thing to do is then not to continue with the project. So just two examples. Once we retrofitted shacks to become thermally more comfortable, but it didn't pass the feasibility testing because the integrity of the shacks, the structural integrity is so bad that that it's impossible to actually upgrade the integrity before you can retrofit it. So it's actually then just easier to build the whole house from scratch. So we did not continue with that. Another example, in 2022, we tested rocket stoves in 100. We tested 100 rocket stoves for one of our industry clients in 5 areas. So we had groups of 20 people using these stoves, and we placed eye button temperature sensors on the stove. So you can, for a month long, so you can see how people use these stoves. In only 1 out of 100 households, people used the stove daily, on a daily basis. In 59% of households, people didn't use the stoves at all, or less than weekly. So we could not advise our client to continue with the stove as a means of saving wood. How do you then tackle the tough task? Well, there's many ways. This is not the only way, but I think one way to do it is to take a phased approach, a structured approach, do proper preparation, community baseline campaign, do proper intervention development, implementation, and also impact monitoring and evaluation. So giving greater prominence to conservation as a human development challenge, I feel is a step in the right direction. And in that sense, the Mega Living Landscape strategy, I think, is a step forward. The targets and indicators that SANParks sets for itself should reflect this insight, that the outside of conservation areas matters as much as the inside. But as we know, talking the talk is easier than walking the walk, but people and nature thriving in Mega Living Landscape is going to be a tough task. But let's not despair. Let's go forth on our path as it exists only through our walking. Thanks.
Thank you, Montague. That was, super interesting. Don't go without your chocolate. I think it's just, very insightful. And I think those major points that you highlighted about what makes it difficult is the reality that, makes it hard. Take your chocolate. Thank you. Thanks so much. So Montague will be around if you want to chat to him more about any of his work. The next talk we have is by Tanis Short, who's going to talk about culverts and how they've been doing some work on the culverts around the R40 to look at the opportunities for safe passage of wildlife. And then what, do I have any announcements? No? Nothing? Okay, perfect. You can continue, and then we'll just wrap up. This is the last talk, and then we've got a couple. Oh, there's another. Patu, save the best for last. We've got Patu at the end. And then just remember there's 3 posters as well that you can go and have a look at in the foyer. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, so hello everyone. My name is Tanis Short, and I am a master's student from the University of Alberta back in Canada. So I am looking at wildlife crossing potential of road culverts along the R40 working with Ingwe Research Program and Transfrontier Africa. So roads around the world are a big problem for wildlife by fragmenting habitat and increasing mortality. An estimated 29 million mammals are killed per year on European roads, so a mitigation strategy is needed. One potential strategy that has been used is the construction of wildlife crossing structures. In my home country in Canada, the construction of these structures has significantly reduced large carnivore and ungulate mortality around Banff National Park. Unfortunately, these structures are very expensive to build. The one in Banff cost about $1.5 million, which is the equivalent of 17.5 million rand. And on average, ones in Europe have cost 5.7 million euros, which is about 107.2 million rand. So they're not always feasible everywhere. So here in South Africa, roadkill is still also a problem and kills a number of ecologically and touristically important wildlife every year. One road in particular, the R40, which is a commonly driven road on the way to Kruger and is an eastern barrier of the Greater Kruger running through a mosaic of protected areas and ecologically important habitat, has this problem. So along a 47-kilometer stretch of this road passing through Hoedspruit, 7 leopards were killed from 2024 to 2025, and another 5 wild dogs were recorded by EWT being killed between 2022 to 2026. In further roadkill patrols conducted by Ingwe Research Program over a 3-month stretch in 2025, 89 roadkill occurrences were recorded, covering 21 different species, including spotted hyenas, African wildcats, and even an aardwolf. Unfortunately, the solutions that other countries have employed with these crossing structures is not necessarily feasible here. Thankfully, the R40 does have 123 road culverts already in existence, as they've been built for drainage. And there have been some studies on other parts of the world showing these structures could potentially serve for crossing, but to my knowledge, there's only been about 2 studies which quantify the use by African mammals and none along the R40. So in order to capitalize on these structures as a cheaper alternative, we need to know if species are using them to cross us roads and how we can optimize these culvert characteristics for wildlife crossing. To answer these questions, my research aims to quantify the wildlife use of pre-existing drainage culverts along the R40 and identify the different characteristics that best predict wildlife crossing success. To do this, I conducted a camera trap survey of the 47-kilometer stretch. I surveyed 56 of the 123 road culverts and 30 control sites to figure out the proportion of animals that crossed at culverts versus just the road. On the map here, we can see in white all the culverts that were surveyed, and then in these blue triangles are those control sites. These sites were all surveyed for a minimum of 45 days between June and September of 2025, and I'm currently repeating this survey in the wet season. At every culvert, we surveyed a list of 23 different culvert and environmental variables, which may influence the crossing rate at that site. These importance of these variables were then determined with random forest models, which we'll talk about later. So the camera traps produced observations such as this video, with this leopard crossing through the fence and heading straight to this culvert. Every observation was then classified as culvert use when the animal crossed completely, a non-exit event for when an animal entered a culvert but did not cross completely and exited on the same side, or a pass-by event for when an animal didn't interact with the culvert whatsoever. So during the dry season, we had a total of 130.7 crossings per week over 17 different species. The 8 main species, which made up 98% of these crossings, included porcupines, genets, slender mongoose, banded mongoose, honey badgers, civets, leopards, and warthogs. So of these, the most frequent species were our porcupines at 43.8 crossings per week, making up 34% of all our crossings. This was followed by genets at 19 crossings per week, which is 15% of all crossings. And then finally a slender mongoose at 17.5 crossings per week and 13% respectively. There was also a total of 7.8 non-crossing events per week, with those same top 3 species making up 72% of these events. So looking over on our control sites, there was 29.4 crossings per week over 15 species, with the top 10 species making about 94% of these crossing events. Common species seen at these sites that were rarely, if ever, seen at culverts included our baboons, black-backed jackals, vervet monkeys, and duikers. And this shows that certain species crossed more at control sites than they did at culverts. Crossings were also unequally distributed among culverts. The 5 most used culverts made up 34.3% of all crossings, with our most popular culvert, number 40, which is seen in these pictures here, accounted for 12.7% of all crossings. And on the other hand, there were 7 culverts that were never used, like this one that was in that picture. To explain this variation, I looked into the differences between these culverts. So models helped provide these graphs up in this right-hand corner there, and they show the most important variables with the percentage increase in mean square error on the x-axis, where the higher is the more important the variable. Of the 23 variables, the most important variables for all species combined were culvert openness, which is the culvert width multiplied by its height and divided by its length, which showed a positive correlation, as the more open the culvert was, the more crossings there were per week. The next most important variables were the proximity to property gates with a negative correlation, followed by the height of property fences with a positive correlation. I ran further models to explore the most important variables for those 8 common species, but for sake of time and comparison, we will just look at 2. So first we'll be looking at civets, which were the most killed during the roadkill patrol survey, and they differed from those all species combined graphs. So the most important variables for civets were the number of pipes at the crossing sites. So there tended to be more crossings when there was 2 or more pipes at the culvert location. The next most important variables included culvert openness, followed by the distance to water, both with slight negative correlations. In comparison, leopards, the most important variable, was the distance to the neighboring culvert, which showed a negative correlation where there was less crossing rates as the culverts got further apart from each other. Other important variables for them included the distance to water and also the distance to property gates, both with negative correlations. This shows that the important variables for culvert use is species specific, and there's not a one-size-fits-all for these animals. So in conclusion, this shows that a variety of species are using these culverts already to safely cross the R40, but the rates vary between species and across culverts. This variation can then be explained by different culvert variables, as being important for the different species. Moving forward, while sampling is continuing in the wet season, the data does currently suggest that we could center mitigation methods around these culverts' use, specifically for more open culverts being kept clear of sediment and vegetation buildup to help us facilitate this safe wildlife movement. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. That was really interesting, such interesting research. And it's nice to have the Ingwe people here as well. I know that they've also supported this work, and it's been nice following it over the years. So we've got time for questions. Anybody got a question? Here's one in the front here. Any other questions? Okay, there's one over there and one in the front. Thanks so much.
Turn it on. Oh. Hello. Oh, yeah, that's on. Great talk. Thank you very much. So why is there a positive relationship to distance to gate?
So we're still only at the beginning stages figuring out. We're not quite sure what it is about it being closer to the gate that might be influencing animals to cross more. It's still something we're investigating. It's hard to say for sure. There's definitely, it could possibly be that just those culverts are maybe better maintained, so it's easier for the animals to cross there. Or so it could be in connection with some of the other variables.
Okay, thanks so much. There were two more questions. Corley, you had one. Was there another one here? Did I miss it? We'll do Corley's first.
You say correlations, but those R squares are so low, so I don't know how much you can make of it. But I was just wondering, like maybe it had less to do with the culverts and more to do with the adjacent land use or just how many animals were in the area. Did you look at that at all?
So one of the variables we did consider was the land use of the properties on both sides of the road, but it didn't come out as much of an important variable for any specific one. We have yet to look at the numbers of populations for the areas, but that is something we will consider. Thank you.
Dennis, thank you so much for your presentation. I was just wondering, considering that the culverts are put in for drainage lines and hydrology, they're not uniform along the R40, right? So if you were to show that this is a useful method for them to use to migrate over the road, how would you, what's the word, lure them to actually use those culverts? Because I'm thinking if there's certain animals that are deterred by the presence of leopards walking through there all the time, how would you convince another animal to actually use it?
So there have been NSAIDs that have used the low fences to help guide wildlife towards these culverts, and that has helped significantly. There was a study conducted, I believe it was along the N3, that showed those fences helped reduce cervical roadkill here. So it is possible to put that along with the culverts to help guide those animals to the culverts. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for those questions. I'm sure there'll be more to chat about afterwards. Thank you. Okay, so very happy to introduce our next speaker, our last speaker for the session, Patu Maluta, our colleague from Scientific Services. Patu is going to be sticking with the theme of human-wildlife conflict, and we look forward to hearing from you, Patu.
My name is Patchadzo Maruta. Today I'm going to present on how wildlife are moving outside protected area, leading to conflicts with rural communities, and also discuss potential mitigation measures to fostering coexistence between human and wildlife. And this topic is very much important because when conservation effort is successful, it also have a negative impact on community living with wildlife in their rural communities. And then background, and then human-wildlife conflict, it extends beyond a protected area, whereby it is also include communities that are far from protected areas. And then here my study villages were Dambare and Modi, they were experiencing significant wildlife damages. These conflicts varies by species, seasons, and livelihoods. And then in those remote areas, institutional support is limited. And then because of that intensifies the impact of the human-wildlife conflict in those rural communities. And then my study areas, and then I include two studies, villages, which are Dambare and Modi, which are found in Musina municipality in the Limpopo province. And those areas, most of the people, they are agro-pastoral, and they cultivate, they have livestock such as goats, cattle, chickens, and donkeys, and also they have fields which are they've got crops such as maize, millet, and sorghum, groundnuts, and watermelons. And then these participants were aged between 30 and 70, and many of them, they've been staying there for more than 30 years. And then what left beyond protected zone? And then crop breeding species here in those areas are baboons, which are most destructive because they destroy crops and also they prey on goats, sheep, and chickens. And also the birds, such as quail, house sparrows, and musket weavers, and then velvet monkeys, porcupines, and also leopards, which they prey on small cattle, calves, and goats and sheep. And then we've got caracals, and then we've got black-backed jackal. Genet, which they prey on chickens during the night, and then birds of prey. And then we have got another other threat, which are the snake and scorpion, which put threat to the rural communities. And then why this animal move is because there is an expansion of farming into habitat of wildlife. And then most of the people, they are clearing the corridors which were for the wildlife. And then during dry season, the resources are shortage in the bush. And then this led to the competition over wildlife fruits such as baobab, acacia, and single bush food. And then many people now, they go to the field and then to get the firewood by cutting down the mopani trees, which is the habitat for the wildlife. And also during dry seasons, many goats and sheep, they go far away from the village to get some food, so which led to the high number of predation in the bush. And then there is also a commercialization, harvesting of natural resources such as the baobab fruit and also this acacia and single bush, because many people, they take acacia seeds, fruits, and single bush and then to sell them to the other commercial farmers. And then the key drivers are agriculture expanding into former wildlife habitat. And then human-wildlife conflict. There is crop destruction, and then this, especially maize and millet, sorghum and watermelon. Maize is affected by the baboons, and sorghum and millets by the birds, and watermelons by the baboons. Most this rate is happen early in the morning, and it's severe during the harvest seasons. And the livestock predation is peak during dry season, and goats and sheep are the most affected one because they travel very far away from where they used to get their food. And then this also night attacks by the genets on the chickens. And then there is also a threat to human safety. And then there is the leopard attack incident. It was reported by the community during the interview. And then during the field, the guarding in the field, mostly the female farmers, they fear the baboons because they become dangerous to them. And then during the night, and while the people are working in their homes, they also have a threat of snake and scorpion bite. And then we've got infrastructure damage. This is caused by the birds when nesting in their fruit, especially the house sparrows, and also they also produce noise pollution. And then we've got resources use competition. And then people, they go to the field and then they chopping down the mupani trees to get the firewood so that they can sell. And also the people, they collect medicinal plants in the field, and also the grazing of their domestic animals, and also they collected wild fruits from the bush. And also there is people who go to the bush to collect the bush meat, and also the other community from other village, they also do the same to the same area. And then impact on the community. There is a heavy impact on the community because most of the people, when during the interview, they say they lost around between 10,000 and 40,000 per household. And also this produced the fear and psychological stress to them. And also it affected the issue of food security. And also this led to the negative attitude towards wildlife, whereby the communities, they retaliated by killing those problem animals. And then conflict is not ecological, it is deeply socio-economic in those areas. That picture, it shows a calf that was killed by the leopard. And then we've got conservation challenges. Mostly authorities, they only focus on the communities that are adjacent to the protected areas. And then most of the people during the interview, they say they are lacked reporting knowledge. They don't know how to report, they don't know who to talk to. And then most of the people, they say they got limited compensation. Some of them, they say no compensation at all. And then the leaded people, they are always not around in those villages, because most of the people, they say they never see them patrolling their areas. And then another thing is that there's no clear seasonal mitigation planning in those areas. And then communities, they feel on their own and they take the law into their hands to solve the problem that they are encountering. And then we've got coexistence strategies in those areas. We've got the guarding the field, which is regarded by most of the communities to be most effective. And then most of the people, they say they also use the mirrors to deter the baboon. They put the mirror around where the problem is high, and then when the baboon go to that side and they see the other baboon on the mirror, they run away. And then also they used noise, slingshot, and stone throwing. And then most of the people during the night, they put around the mesh wire around their crawls in their homes. And then most of the people, they say they use cow dung by applying, especially on the maize meals and the watermelon, to apply around so that they can deter the baboons. And then the other thing, they use the guard dogs, but most of the people, they regard this as effective as because this cause conflict among the farmers, because when those dogs, they see another goat which does not belong to that kraal, and then they see it as an intruder, and then they attack it, and then it becomes a problem to the owner of the goat. And then key insight in this one is that guarding works, but it's exhausting and unsustainable. And then we have got community proposed solutions. And then the communities, most of the people, they say they regard wildlife population control as the most effective regarding to the high population of the baboons in the areas. And then they also try to ask the government to regulate wildlife resources harvesting, regulating wildlife resources harvesting. And then most of the people, they also say they can, like they've got lots of baobab trees in their village. They say while in the bush is finished, they can take the baobab fruits into the bush, so that when the baboon decided to come to the village looking for the food, they come across these fruits and then they remain there in the bush. And then we've got compensation schemes, and then so also they suggest communities patrols, and also they suggest the revenue sharing so that they can have something on their side. And then they also suggest the relocating problematic animals in their areas, and also they say they should have a strong engagement between the communities and the authorities. And then this conflict is valid according to the seasons. And then during dry seasons, the wildlife damage is peaks, and also during harvest period. And then the reason being, during dry season, resources scarcity is in the bush, and then also during harvest period, the issue of crop maturity. And then during dry season, livestock travel further away for grazing. And then we've got policy and planning implication. And then most of the policies, they focus only on the buffer zones. And then they neglect those communities that are far from protected areas. And then there is a need for landscape level planning, and also the need for corridor protection, and also integrated land use planning, institutional outreach beyond the parks, and then also this community-driven mitigation. And then on the conclusion, human-wildlife conflict is expanding into remote landscapes, and this because of the agriculture expansion and also habitat fragmentation as the key drivers. And then communities that are far from protected areas are under-supported by the authorities. And then mitigation for those areas is locally innovated, but structural weak. And then conservation must be moved beyond park boundaries, and also landscape levels and inclusive governance is essential for endurance, mega living landscape for both human and wildlife. Thank you.
Gee, well done. That's a lot of information, Patu. That's a really, really nice study. Thank you so much. I'm just wondering if there's any questions from anybody. There's one over there, and there's one in the front here. Let's bring...
Thank you so much for that talk. That was really interesting. I'm curious about how you collected the information from the communities, whether that was through like structured surveys or more informal community discussions. Thanks.
It was interview.
Okay, great. Thanks. Through interviews. Tertia, you've got a question?
Thanks so much, Batu. Just a quick question. Which communities was this conducted in? I don't know if I missed that because you said that's far from the park or conservation areas. So where exactly was that? Thank you.
They are found in Musina municipality.
In Messina. Oh, that side. Okay, in Messina. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks Patu, that's great. So now you've met Patu and you're all welcome to get hold of him later for more information. Thank you, Patu. Okay, so I did a little quantitative survey of my own, as I do, you know, because I love numbers, while the presentations were happening and in the previous session, and I just sort of counted the number of people that were on their phones or on their laptops in the audience, and it turns out that there were less people on their laptops in the social session than in the session before lunch. So, just saying, on average, just because I also like stats, there were 40% of the people were on their phones. In the morning session, it was 45%. And in the afternoon session, it was 34%. So we're getting better. So let's try for less tomorrow, shall we? Okay, so remember there's nice posters you can go and have a look at. There's a poster on ethical risk by Yolandi Kutzer. There's Coral Funyun's work on the epidemiology of ranger injuries. And then Michael Clinchy's work that I think people are familiar with. So go and have a look at those posters and chat to the researchers, and then enjoy the poster session and have a lovely evening.